I think is really cool there. It's vision damage, so it's okay. I just realized I didn't start the YouTube stream until now. Oops, awkward for any YouTube enjoyers. Well, that's too bad for you guys. All right, so it looks like over here, Cyclone is going to be heading into Zalmorath, the Colossus, which we all know is going to be very, very annoying. Is a very, very annoying boss to fight. So right now, Cyclone making quick work of it, though. Luckily, crossbows or grenades, I think, are pretty good for clearing this boss, but there are definitely some builds that really struggle against this guy. So it looks like Cyclone does get out of that area relatively quickly, and it looks like Snubay is now starting with the Valley of the Titans right now. Once again, Cyclone has not done his Trial of Sekavas yet because he could not, because he skipped Balbala. So he does not have the Baria yet. He is going to be going and grabbing the guaranteed Baria over at Deshar, and will not be able to do the Trial of Ascendancies until then. Will there be a VOD later? I mean, it'll be on Twitch. I don't know if I'll upload on YouTube. Maybe if you guys want it, we can upload it. All right. Looks like Stube is making his way through the Valley of the Titans. He is opting to not do the Abyss at all. So he is skipping that. And he is heading into, once again, he is putting in his relics. And he has both relics. Once again, he got very lucky with those relics. Did not run into bad luck. And is going to be trying to make his way through the Valley of the Titans. Meanwhile, Cyclone is going to be starting his way into the Deshar, which here is where he is going to be getting the guaranteed Baria, so he can go and do his Trial of Ascendancies later. Both players progressing down through their respective areas. Once again, I feel like Snube is still in the lead, but it's really, really hard to say. They're definitely still very close to one another. I would not say that one is pulled way far ahead of the other. All right, so it looks like, as you can see right now, over here, we're going to zoom over into Cyclone. He is killing these two vultures because these two vultures are where he gets that guaranteed Baria to be able to do his Trial of Ascendancies that he skipped out on with the skipping out on Babala. So as you can see, he killed that way faster than what it would have taken him to kill Balbala. Because one, Balbala is a boss, so has a lot more HP. She moves around a lot, and as a result, crossbows and grenades are pretty bad against her. So doing this was way faster than doing Balbala. So definitely a very smart decision over on the side of Cyclone for this one, in order to make sure he is moving as fast as possible. All right. Looks like Cyclone does find the corpse for the final letter to get his 2 passive weapon points right there. And heading straight into the Path of Mourning. Meanwhile, Stube is now in the Titan's Grotto. And, oh, he is in a little bit of a sticky situation right now. That pounce really glitched him in the air in that little corner, and he couldn't even throw out any twisters, which got him stuck for a little bit, but he did make it out fairly smooth. Now, looks like Cyclone is doing the League mechanic in the in Deshar, which gives a guaranteed lesser rune. So it's like he got a lesser desert rune. So maybe if he does feel like he is lacking a little bit of that fire res, he could put that onto his gear. Looks like Snube is taking a little bit of a tumble over there, over on the in the Titan's Grotto, but making it out completely fine, pretty much unscathed. Now Cyclone is in the Path of Mourning, heading towards the next zone. Interesting thing, interesting little tidbit for you guys who want to make the campaign a little bit faster. If you press the map button, the U button on your keyboard, I don't know what it is for controller, but the overworld that shows you all the areas, and you can like, that's that's the little screen you get when you open up the waypoint. The relative direction of where the little areas are basically the directions that you actually need to head towards in your map. So if, for example, relative to where you are, let's say Path of Morning is on the bottom left compared to the Spirals of Shar, which is on the top right, that means that you're going to be heading towards the top right side to be able to get to that next area. Interesting little tidbit for anybody who wants to make their campaign a little bit smoother. But it looks like Snube is heading into the Zalmarath fight right now, and as I mentioned, this fight, it can be a little bit annoying for certain characters. We had Snube killing a lot of the other bosses very quickly, but this Zalmarath fight is, as we've seen, Cyclone take it down way faster than Snube did. Though it's not like Snube took it down very slowly, but definitely a lot faster on the side of Cyclone for this fight, even though Snube is a little bit higher level compared to Cyclone in this situation. But Snube does finish up with that and is going to be heading straight into Deshar right on after his little shopping trip. He gets a little bit of extra lightning damage and some strength to be able to go and wear his chest armor again. So he is able to get that bonus once again. I don't know if he's potentially thinking about replacing his chest armor at this point, but he's kind of eyeing it. Heading in to grab the reward from Zarka, getting a nice level 2 support gem right there, and potentially going to be putting it into, looks like he might be upgrading his elemental armament to level 2. All right, putting that into Ice Tip Arrows. Once again, Ice Tip Arrows, a huge part of, as I was talking about this, the Cyclone does take a fall and sends him right back into the beginning of the map. Oh my god. Do you see how much area he has gone and progressed? Oh, and he dies once again. Oh my goodness. Whoa, no. Taking 2 deaths in a row like that. That is really tough. Once again, the crossbow player does, like the grenades player does struggle a little bit on these enemies that do tend to be a little bit faster and surrounds him very quickly, because it does take a little bit for the grenades to actually explode. And as a result, you don't just have like a get off me button, unlike other classes. Now, Snube does need to, on his twisters, charge up his twisters to do max damage, but Whirling Assault does do a little bit of damage. That does offer a little bit of a get off of me type of move, but I would say that you can let off the twisters a little bit earlier just to clear the enemies in front of you, so you don't get surrounded. So that is one of the big downsides of playing a skill like grenades, as opposed to some of these other builds, which, even with saying like Warrior with Shield Wall, right? That comes down way faster than the likes of Crossbow, which takes a significant amount of time to go and explode and detonate. But Snube now heading through the spire, through Deshar right now. Meanwhile, it looks like Cyclone has found the boss in the Spires of Deshar. Looks like he is going to opt to wait to kill the boss until later, because he is going to be going to look for the Sisters of Garukhan to go and get that 20% lightning resistance. Now, Snube does find the corpse for his 2 skill points, and he is now going to be heading towards the Spires of Deshar himself. Now, he takes a little bit of fall. Cyclone is once again looking for the Sisters of Garukhan, still wondering where that is, unable to find it at the moment. Interesting to see if he opts to proc it first, or if he decides to go back. I feel he's going to proc it right now and just quickly head over to the boss from the checkpoint right afterwards, not dealing with any of the minions that do spawn as a result of that. He is getting the guaranteed Gem Cutter's Prism from this area. Once again, he does have 2 GCPs, which in my opinion aren't that big of a deal, but do help out a little bit when it comes to how fast you're going to be clearing the campaign. A little bit more is always going to be better, right? Looks like Snube is going to be heading to the Path of Morning and then heading into the Spires of Deshar afterwards. Once again, for anybody who tuned in a little bit later, Snube is going to be, he already did do his Trials of Ascendancy, which is why you're seeing this little bit of a difference. So the race is a lot closer than you expect. With at this point, I don't even really know who's further ahead or not. I would probably guess that Snube is a little bit further ahead, but they are definitely very much neck and neck still in the grand scheme of things. All right, Snube went back to go in a little bit of a shopping trip, but now back into the path of mourning, heading towards the spires of Dishar. And meanwhile, Cyclone, he is not killing the boss yet. I wonder if he is trying to gain what. I'm not entirely sure. What is he doing? I guess maybe I didn't catch it, but did he not find the Sisters of Garcon yet? Because if he did it, man, that is a huge setback to his time. He did not find the Sisters of Garcon yet. If he did, those stone little statues would be activated. He is running into a lot of dead ends right now, and that is not good, considering the fact he is already a little bit of behind on this run and not being able to find Sister of Garcon 2 of his attempts. And every time he resets to checkpoint, remember, all the monsters do end up respawning on his way to it. And Sister of Garcon was so close to the entrance, and he ended up missing it 2 times around. But finally, he does end up finding the Sister of Garcon, and he is going to go into his boss fight now. And he does a little bit of inventory management while Mr. Jaman Ra is doing his little monologue, and the bones of the boss are coming on together. These bosses, once again, are really annoying in my opinion, very janky, but crossbows luckily do deal with them very quickly. It is not that bad for crossbows and grenades, but this is a boss is called Torgol the Defiler. Damage wise right now, I really feel like Cyclone might be lacking on the damage front. Of course, I have not caught any of Cyclone's weapons. I think the last one that I saw was he did get triple flats on his weapon, but no plus projectiles or anything. But despite his weapon being, his damage being a little bit lower compared to Snube's, still makes quick work of this boss. And the boss is about to die. Picks up a level 8 skill gem and is on his merry way. Snube, however, is going to be still a little behind in this area, catching up to him in the Spires of the Shar. Meanwhile, it looks like Cyclone is done. I wonder if when Cyclone decides he wants to go and do his Trial of Ascendancy, whether he goes now or he waits until later. I would think that he goes now before he starts heading into the Dreadnought. Yep, he does go and do his second list right now. So this is I would say that at this point, unless Cyclone is able to absolutely run and gun speed through his Trial of Sekimas, Snube is actually quite a bit ahead right now. Now, let's see if Snube does struggle with finding the Sisters of Garcon, and he does not struggle whatsoever. Finds that really quickly, and now heads off onto the boss. Now, let's see if he has any trouble finding the boss, on the other hand, which could definitely happen if he is not, familiar with these layouts. But he is going to opt to grab the Sisters of Garcon first and dealing with the mobs as he goes. Now, one of the advantages of grabbing Sisters of Garcon this early is that you do get the extra mobs to spawn, which is I guess for some people might be an advantage or some people might be a disadvantage, because the Sisters of Garcon's little statues popping out do provide extra EXP, but it is a lot of more mobs that do extra damage. So you are doing taking a small risk by activating that early before going to the boss fight. But Snube does make it to the boss fight very smoothly and is able to avoid any sort of death or punishment. So heading into this boss fight is Snube, and he is going to be hopefully making quick work of this boss. Dropping down his banner to do a little bit of extra damage. And man, look at those twisters absolutely just shred through this boss. Oh my goodness. Twisters. I mean, Snube does have a really good weapon, but Man, those twisters are doing a lot of damage. All right, Stube opting to go back, and I guess he is looking for, is he looking for the league mechanic for the Gem Cutter's Prism? Because he is not teleporting out of here in the Spires of the Shard. Unless he is trying to farm some EXP, that might also be another thing that he's doing. Looks like he does get the level right there. He is now level 26, which is something that we were trying to pay attention to earlier. I'm not entirely sure what level Cyclone is at right now, but level 26 is Snoobe, and I don't expect Cyclone to be that much further behind, especially because he did suffer a couple of those deaths, which required him to redo a lot of the map, and he also did have to reset that map a lot too, right? So that really, the Sisters of Agarikon not being able to find that really set him back by quite a bit, but probably helped him out with his EXP there. Once again, both players will have to reach level 36 by the end of this campaign, by the time that they kill Doriani, to be truly done with this race and call themselves the winner. Snoobe doing a little bit of shopping here and there, trying to get a little bit of some upgrades. As far as I can see, it doesn't look like he's going to be getting that much out of it. Looks like his regex does not pick up the armors, which, ooh, Snoobe, you got to work on your regex, man. You got to work on your regex. Why is your regex not picking up the armor? He chooses to go and buy the armor piece and replace that right now. Really quickly, getting a little bit more life and some strength on that armor to give him some more survivability. All right. Looks like, ooh, Cyclone trying to jump through those spikes, did not make it through with Pounce. But heading off through his Trial of Sekimas and heading halfway through at this point. Sube, meanwhile, starting on the Dreadnought, and heading to the Jaman Ra fight, which I don't expect him to really run into too many issues there or anywhere here, honestly. He is taking quite a little bit of damage from the enemies around him, but I don't think that anything... Oh, and he gets a unique spear. He has a unique spear. Now, the question is that spear better than his current spear? It is a level 21 spear, the War Spear, it gives attack speed, and it also gives physical damage, and it does give you increased projectile damage if you did hit with a melee recently, which for Twisters, you will have to use melee attacks, and he does opt to... Oh, is he just testing it out? Oh, he is sitting here pondering. He is not moving. What is going on? Mr. Stube, you are running out of... Your time's ticking, sir. Time's ticking. He decides that it is not worth his time. He decides that it's probably not more damage. Now, the reason why it's a little bit hard to tell is because there is that part where he does get the 30-something% increased damage if you hit with a melee attack recently on his projectile skills. That does not show up on the tooltip. So you can't necessarily just compare the tooltip damage there to really say whether or not one is better or not. You got to do a little bit of mental math there to be able to truly be able to tell. Yes, the unique did indeed cost him quite a bit of time. Now, again, Stube, he has gotten really like, oh my god! And he gets the Wake of Destruction boots on... What is going on? Snoobe out here absolutely getting some crazy RNG with his run. Oh my god, I don't even know what to say about that. Stube, what is going on with this? He's getting some crazy spears, he's getting uniques, he's getting the Wake of Destruction, which is probably the best in slot boot for Twisters. You can look at this, you can see the smile on his face. He is so happy about this situation that he has found himself in. Meanwhile, we're gonna go and head over into Cyclone, who is gonna be doing his rattle cage fight right now, taking quite a bit longer than Stube, of course, once again, but looks like he is going to be doing that with very, very ease, a lot of ease, very easy. Doesn't even look at the drops. Goes and grabs the royal, the golden cash, the royal cash. Ooh, some exalted orbs right there. Not bad, but man, all of these drops that Cyclone is getting, they are... they do not compare. They do not compare at all to what Snoobe is getting. Now, the crazy thing, right, about the Wake of Destruction boots, if for anybody who doesn't know, is that the Wake of Destruction boots drops a trail of lightning wherever you are walking, right? So not only does it allow you to give your twisters lightning enhancements, right? Allows your twisters to have lightning imbued onto them. It also shocks the enemies around you. So you can drop shock ground and get that juicy increased damage on all of the enemies that you're walking around. And of course, your cyclones now have a lot of flat lightning. They'll have a lot of lightning damage added to them. So they also shock enemies as well. This is absolutely insane. Snubei, potentially. I don't know, guys. Do you think that Snubei is using all his luck on this race and just destroying his luck on his league start? Because, man, look at that. Holy, and it also adds lightning damage to his attacks, flat lightning damage to his... Oh my god. Absolutely, I would say probably the best unique drop you can get on Twisters. And honestly, on most builds, on most attacking builds, that is probably the best drop you can get. Looks, but Stubate heading into the Jaman Ra fight while Cyclone is just heading into Dreadnought. And oh my god, look at the sheer amount of damage that this build is doing right now. Snubate, are you sure you're not playing a Twink character? Because that damage is unethical. Oh my goodness. I mean, I think at this point, it's going to be very hard for Cyclone to catch back up, man. It is going to be very hard. Cyclone is doing his best, but the RNG gods are saying that Snubate deserves to win this one. Ooh, man. What is going on here? All right, it looks like Snubate heading into the second phase of the Jaman Ra fight. Once again, should not be that difficult with his current setup. Runs around Jaman Ra, drops the shock to ground to make it do a little bit of extra damage. Instantly freezes the boss. And look at that. He is just dead. The boss is just dead, guys. What? I mean, all we can hope for at this point, right? I think Cyclone, he is hoping for is that somehow, somewhere in this world, the monkey goes and drives his ginormous pole, up Snubae's rear end when he is doing that part of Act 3. Because at this point, man, it is going to be hard for Snubay to lose. It is really his race to win at this point, and I mean, it is really his race to lose at this point if he does not play it very safe and carefully. You can't stop smiling, dude. I mean, if I were him, I would also be very happy. Now, one thing though, all right? One thing. Snubay cannot get complacent, right? Because there is, and this is something I'm guilty of. I'm very guilty of this. Whenever I'm doing really well, I start getting sloppy. Whenever I'm getting good drops, I start playing sloppy. I'm like, I'm probably really far ahead. Like, this is going to be fine. If anything happens, I could catch up really quickly, right? So that is something that Snubay needs to not do, because that will get him in a lot of trouble, because of course Cyclone is a very strong competitor over here that could just take advantage of any form of weakness that Snubate is showing. So Snubate needs to make sure he is on his toes despite the great RNG that he is getting right now. Now, all right, so it looks like Snubate is heading into the Sandsweat Marsh. He is heading right in onto Act 3, and leaving Cyclone behind in Act 2. Now, Act 3, in this first zone, there are quite a few things that you want to get, right? So from the boss in this area, as Stube is lagging around with his 5 frames per second, in this area, the boss gives you a level 9 skill gem, which is the next tier of skill gem, which is very nice. And also, there is a camp right before the Ziggurat encampment, which is the next town, which will give you a guaranteed Lesser Jeweler Orb. This, at this point, is going to be the second guaranteed Lesser Jeweler Orb in the campaign, so it is going to be giving you quite a bit of damage. Now, I'm expecting Snubay to put that Jeweler Orb onto his Ice-Tipped Arrows, if he hasn't already. Interestingly enough, the build that Snube gave me says that he actually puts the Jeweler's Orbs on Ice Tipped Arrows, Whirling Slash, and Barrage, but from what I saw earlier, he put it on Twisters. So I'm interested to see if he's deviating off of the skill guide that he gave me, or he just gave me a old skilled guide that build guide that is not actually the build guide he's using. But all right, Snube is heading off. I don't think he went and fought the boss. Looks like he is opting to head straight into these. Oh no, he's doing a quick big circle back. He finds the checkpoint and he goes back. He's going to be doing the lead mechanic, which in this place, it gives him an uncut level 3 support gem. Your first level 3 support gem that you get in the campaign. And I'm wondering if Snube opts to go and instantly pop it, which he does. What is he going to be getting here? Looks like he is going to be getting projectile acceleration. No, he's going to be getting the what is that? What is that? Prolonged duration. There it is. Prolonged duration. He's getting prolonged duration 2. So prolonged duration 2 is very good for Twisters because, well, prolonged duration in general is very good because the longer Twisters are out on the field, the more opportunity they get to bounce around and hit the enemies more. Especially when it comes to bossing, if you're in an arena situation, the more that they bounce around, the more times they hit the boss, the more damage that you're doing. What boots did Snube drop? He dropped the Wake of Destruction boots. Probably the best boots for him to get in the game. Probably the best unique for him to drop in the campaign for the most part. I can't, on the top of my mind, think of a better unique for him to drop. But all right, Snube is going to be heading off into the Aura Campfire, which again, if you open the basket, you will get a guaranteed lesser Jeweler Orbs, which Snube does grab and he takes. Meanwhile, Cyclone is going to be over at Jamon-Ra, and he is over on the second phase right now. Once again, Cyclone is an Amazon, and he does use the Wing Blast technique to go and use Ren to grab that little bit of extra damage. So he's going to be burning Jamon-Ra down relatively quickly. But once again, Twisters, for some reason, just does some crazy damage. Well, of course, Snube did have some crazy gear going into this, so it's not so surprised that Cyclone is doing a little bit less damage, but my goodness. Is he going to prime him for another stun? He is. Uses Rend again to grab the extra damage and finishes off Jamon-Ra there, finishing himself at 1 hour 54 minutes for that Act 2. I didn't quite catch what Snube finished at. I apologize, but I think Snube's probably around a good 3 minutes ahead at least, compared to Cyclone, which he is very far ahead, guys. Ooh, interesting. Cyclone does get a Chaos Orb, which is not very useful, I would say, in these races, but does get, I think he also got a Regal Orb in that situation too, which can be useful for upgrading his gear. All right, so it looks like Snube is heading into the monkey. As I said, dodges the first swing. Cyclone is probably hoping to dear God that Snube does get a big old pull up his rectum, but that is not going to happen because Snube does freeze the monkey and instantly dies. The monkey just gets shredded, and he gets his 2 skill points as his reward. Looks like now, Cyclone is going to be heading straight into the Act 3 right now. Quite a little bit behind Snube. So hopefully Cyclone can catch up, and I believe he can still catch up if he plays his cards right, and maybe RNG goes his way a little bit better, getting him some better gear, better weapons, and maybe a death or 2 here from Snube could also help out, but it is looking pretty dang rough. Looks like Snube is going to be doing the League Mechanic here in the Infested Barrens, which will guarantee him an Exalted Orb. Once again, to remind everybody, this is a race to the end of Act 3, and the players will have to do, and have been doing, they have to get every single one of the permanent upgrades, but in Act 3, they do not have to grab Venom Crypts because the RNG in that area has been deemed to be too high. The variance is too high. Oh, and Snube, as I was saying, he wasn't going to die. He does get taken out by one of those Dire Tusk boars, which Oh, he not get the checkpoint over at that camp, or is there no checkpoint there? I'm pretty sure there's a checkpoint there, but it causes him to get set back pretty dang far. But the Dire Tusk Boar is very, very dangerous, as you have all probably seen in the campaign. High amount of physical damage, moves very, very quickly, and does a large amount of bleed. So a little bit of misstep there causes Snube to die and send him back a little bit far. Snube does opt to go into the Larva Hollow to defeat this rare down here, which is not very unusual for the Twister players, because this boss, the rare, basically instantly dies, as you saw right there. You literally didn't even see the rare pop up. Looks like Snube is heading himself into the Chimeral Wetlands, or at least getting the checkpoint for that. And then quickly after, we're going to be heading into the Azak Bog to go and grab his spirit from that area. Yep, heading into the green area for if you guys are looking for kind of the tells for the Azak Bog and the Chimeral Wetlands, they are both in the foresty areas of this map, so not in the desert area. If you find yourself heading through the desert, usually the forest on the other side, but sometimes you might head into an area that is just walls and no forest, and you know they're probably heading in the wrong direction. Looks like Snube is heading through the Azak Bog, which is for many players one of the most annoying layouts ever. Snube right now hugging the right side of the map, which is usually the right way to go. That is how I progress through the Azak Bog, and he is doing the same as well. It's usually the boss is usually on the opposite side of the entrance, and oh my god, Snube taking a lot of damage. While Snube's damage himself that he does is very high, it looks like his survivability is a little bit lacking at the moment. So he could very well get taken out by some hits, but of course, once again, he is fairly far ahead of Cyclone, so he can take quite a few deaths, I would say, at this point. But again, he cannot get complacent because Cyclone is slowly but surely getting closer to the end. Let's see how long it takes Snube to get to the boss right here. Looks like he is still proceeding through. Oh, potentially coming into a little bit of an annoying layout. This layout, either it's the annoying layout, or maybe he already missed the boss, because he is doing a little bit of a wraparound, which, off of my knowledge, which is very limited compared to a lot of professional speedrunners, that is, once he hits this little choke point right here that does wrap him around, that I would say is, yeah, and he has recognized that that's not the way either. So, okay, he backs up and he does end up finding the boss for this area. Turbo Granny is going to be the fight for this area. And look, Twisters is also very good at taking out Turbo Granny, let's be real. He just throws it out like this. Turbo Granny is out there zooming around, but normally most builds would not be able to hit her while she is zooming like that. But Twisters is one of the builds where it's like, well, I'm going to send these projectiles out, and a lot of them are probably going to hit her. And she was half health before she stopped moving at that point. Snube getting another unique, getting the Ice Tomb Mail Vestments, which unfortunately probably won't be helping him all that much, though his armor is pretty weak, so maybe he decides to put it on, but it looks like he does decide to not. Meanwhile, over here, Cyclone is over at the monkey, and he just used his Wing Blast to stun him, grabs the extra lightning damage, makes quick work of the monkey, and kills him immediately. Looks like he is looking for a potential upgrade for his weapon right now. It has been a while since he has gotten an upgrade. It looks like that crossbow does potentially look better than the one he has right now, because it does have increased damage, increased elemental, weapon elemental damage. It's physical, lightning. It's pretty dang good. Only thing really missing there is going to be his projectile skills levels, but I would say pretty good upgrade. He's probably going to upgrade to that as soon as he gets the levels for it. Snube making his way through the Chimeral Wetlands right now. Meanwhile, it looks like Cyclone is in the infested Barrens still has not found the Azak Bog yet, still behind there. But honestly, I would say at this point, still probably around 3 minutes behind Snube. Snube levels up to level 30 at this point. I'd say he is pretty dang well on his way to the level 36 requirement for the campaign in order to actually win this speed run. Both players do need to be at level 36. Sube does find the entrance to the Trial of Chaos. Players are not required to do the Trial of Chaos, however, so I doubt Snube will be taking that on. Though I didn't really catch it if he went in to grab the checkpoint or not. It looks like he actually went that direction. I wonder if he decides he wants to take it on or not. I would assume not, because that is a lot of time taken away from his campaign run, but we'll have to see there. Looks like Cyclone found the Azak Bog, but he is opting to not go into that fight yet, and he is going to be proceeding to look for the Chimera wetlands instead. I wonder if he decides that he wants to go clear the Chimera wetlands first and then do the Azak Bog, or if he's doing something else. But it looks like Snube now is over at the Chimera. Oh my god, taking a ton of damage. Once again, Snube is a glass cannon, but he does end up freezing the Chimera, and the Chimera does fly into the air. I think Snube was probably hoping that he wouldn't fly into the air, because this is going to be a little bit of extra time added to the run. But once again, he is very, very far ahead, so this shouldn't set him back too much. But after the Chimera falls down off the pillar, he should be able to make quick work off it. Probably one barrage. Yep, exactly. One barrage right there. Chimera dies. Meanwhile, now it looks like Cyclone did end up going back to the Azak Bog immediately after he found the Chimera Wetlands portal. So he is going to be proceeding his way through there. He is currently doing the Azak Bog, which the League Mechanic here will guarantee you a rune. Hopefully he gets lucky and maybe he gets an Iron rune. Nope, he gets a Glacial rune. So he's going to get that Glacial rune, picks that up, and proceeds on his way to the Turbo Granny. Meanwhile, Snube is already in Jakani's Mechanarium, and he is looking for that first Soul Core to be able to activate the gates. Oh, Cyclone unfortunately falling to the ground once again. Hitting the dirt, hitting the dust, unfortunately. But luckily, he wasn't that far ahead. He wasn't that much through the area yet, so he did not have to backtrack all that much. But once again, the crossbows struggle a ton in these areas where the monsters are very fast moving. And there are a lot of very fast moving monsters in this area. Looks like Cyclone opting to kill monsters and respawning a checkpoint here. I feel like he's potentially trying to farm up some EXP, is my guess. Either that, or maybe he's looking for, I'm not sure if the Essence respawn checkpoint trick still works, but maybe he's looking to grab some EXP here, since it is a quick respawn with a lot of monsters nearby, to try and get and catch up on EXP. Snube, however, is going to be going to continue on his way through the Jakani's Mechanarium, while the Cyclone is going to be farming up some monsters here, or potentially some EXP to maybe he thinks that he needs it to be able to wear his next crossbow, so that his next boss fight is just a lot smoother. Oh, Snube does hit the ground right there, but he does grab that checkpoint. So, okay. I thought for a second the door was not going to open because he died right there. But luckily it does open and allow him to go through. What causes the shock round? So Snube has the Wake of Destruction boots, which are a unique pair of boots that allow him to have a drop shocked ground whenever he takes a step. So probably one of the best, if not the best, unique for Snube to find on his build. It is quite insane. Yes, quick EXP farm. That is what I assumed as well. Looks like he has potentially stopped doing the EXP farm at this point and is moving on to go and try to find the boss in this area, Miss Turbo Granny. And it looks like he found her quite quickly, which is good. So he does make up some time here by not getting lost at all. Stube did get a little bit lost in this area. Not like that lost, but definitely a little bit lost. And as a result, got into this area with a little bit of a delay. Now, looks like Cyclone heads back to try and get that level to hit the level 31 mark. So Cyclone, it looks like he is now 31, and I think Stube is also 31 at this point. Stube does take a quick fall right there, unfortunately. I'm curious to see what he is going to be doing with that lesser jeweler orb. He just put it on there and did not put any support gems into it. Curious enough. I don't know if he had no support gems or not. That's what my assumption is. But looks like, once again, Cyclone is going to be doing the Azak Bog, which is another fight that is unfortunately not that great for the crossbow character. Now, something that I've am thinking about is that normally when you're doing an any percent race, you do not have to do something like this area. You also don't have to do Fraythorn. There's a lot of areas where there are these like very mobile bosses that you don't have to do, potentially giving crossbow a little bit more of an upper hand compared to some of these other classes. But because these bosses are a little bit mobile, it can take them a while to take down. But it looks like Mr. Cyclone does take her down pretty dang fast. Now he does have to clear up some inventory space for these items. He has not had he does have quite a bit of items in his inventory, but he is able to do that and able to make his merry way down past the Azak Bog. Now he still has to get through the Chimera wetlands, still has to kill the Chimera itself, still has to go and kill the boss in the Jaconi Mechanarium. So still quite a ways behind Snube. I really, for the sake of competition and for the sake of everything, I am rooting for Cyclone to find some way to get back into this game. Because right now, Stube is absolutely running away with it with his superior gear and superior RNG right now. Ooh, Stube finds his first soul core very quickly as well. Really, the gods are smiling on him today because he is absolutely killing it. He found the soul core very quickly. In Act 2, he found the relics very quickly, pretty much in one of his first couple packs. Man, Stube, are you sure you're not using up all your League Start RNG? And the question is he okay with using his League Start RNG to win this little bit of a race? Once again, this is not like a super competitive race. This is just a kind of like a build showcase between these players. Of course, they are both trying to play as fast as they can, but of course, this is not like an official competitive thing. So they are more here to showcase their builds more than anything. But Stube finds another one of those soul cores without having to backtrack or anything. So he is going through this with the blessing of RNGesus. Real blessings right there. Meanwhile, over here on Cyclone, he is working out some of his upgrades for his skills, upgrading his explosive grenade and his gas grenade, which is going to be the main combo for the grenades player, opting to also go and do the league mechanic in this area, which again, for the Chimera wetlands, you do get a guaranteed uncut level 9 skill gem. Stube now finishing up with both of the soul cores and heading into the fight with the boss in this powered core area. Once again, one thing for you guys to note is that if you're not playing on hardcore, you can go and reset a checkpoint, which normally if you don't reset a checkpoint for this boss fight, you will have to wait for that power to travel to the boss before you can actually fight him. So if you want to skip that, you can go and just press reset a checkpoint and it will skip that entire animation. And while I was monologuing about that, Stube has already gone and killed the boss because why not, right? Twister's OP, right? And also his gear, kind of crazy. But all right, Stube does get a uncut gem right there, gets a ringed buckler. Interesting that he picks that up, and proceeds onto his merry way. Now, it looks like Stube is heading back into the rest of the map. The Jaconi Sanctum does not offer that much for the league mechanic itself. It offers an exalted orb. So I'm curious as to why he's heading back into this map. Is he looking for, like, that's the only thing that I could think about why he's re-exploring this area, to go and find that lead mechanic for the Exalted Orb. To me, I don't know if that's actually worth it for him to spend all this time. But I mean, I guess he's thinking that he's far ahead enough to be able to look for it for vibes potentially. But right now, to me, it feels a little bit of a waste of time. Yep, and he doesn't take the corruption as expected. Yeah, it really does look like he's just looking for it. Well, you know what? Hey, I'm sure Cyclone appreciates this because that means that he is getting some time to catch up while Snube is bumbling around for this. Why is he grabbing this medium soul core? Is there some tech that I'm not aware of that grabbing an extra soul core will give him something? Because as far as I know, you shouldn't need that soul core for anything. Oh wow, so okay, so he is going to go. Oh, he's corrupting his boots, is what he did, and it looks like. Let's see here. It did not. I don't know if it changed that much, to be honest. I couldn't quite catch the before and afterwards. He definitely didn't crangle it to be positive. There is a slight smile on Stube's face to potentially, you know, potentially signaling to me that he did get an upgrade, but I am not sure. I I'm not sure if I agree with that corrupt though. That did take him. I feel like it knocked off some time off of his run that didn't really bring him any reward. Like maybe he's just thinking, "Hey, I'm far enough ahead." Oh, he said it lost damage. That is unfortunate. But yeah, like that's the reason. Like I don't really see that many outcomes to where that really benefits him all that much to where it's worth him going there, taking the time to corrupt it, and then also taking the risk at losing damage for a potential gain that I don't even think would be that impactful. Chateau is winning, so he's trolling. I mean, look, Stube, understandably, but all I can say is don't sleep. Try not to sleep on him because you never know. Cyclone is a very formidable racer, and he could just go and overtake you just like that. Now, Cyclone, okay, so he did grab this. Who's winning? Stube is winning by quite a bit, by quite a large margin. I'd say at this point it might even be a like 5 minute difference. It's pretty it's like a 5 to 10 minute difference. I feel it's pretty dang insane. No more risk, brother. Just take us to the finish line. All right, now we are through into the Matland waterways for Snube, and of course, we do have Cyclone over here taking on Blackjaw, makes quick work of him, grabs the extra fire resistance from him, and heads on his merry way to the rest of the map. Now, it looks like the Snube is heading through Matland waterways, all of our absolute favorite maps. GG did say they are doing significant reworks to a lot of the campaign maps. So I am hoping to dear God that they go and fix this map because it is quite unbearable. They have already reduced the size of this map since 0.1. So 0.1, it was even worse than it is right now. But it is still absolutely unbearable, in my opinion. Oh, Stube taking some damage. To go through this area, you have to. It's such a long area to pull all these levers, and something you do need to be careful about. I'm sure Stube does not have any problem with this since he's probably just going to kill everything real quickly. But this area is a little bit deadly sometimes because there are monsters that do cast Detonate Dead on the corpses. So you could be in one of those checkpoints, kill some monsters, walk up the little pathway, and just get exploded from all the damage and just die. And in this map, there are quite a few, there are not that many checkpoints. You go for very long distances without checkpoints. So you could just die very close to a checkpoint and not make it there and have to do a bunch of backtracking after your death. The levers should be a button. I agree. But honestly, that is not even enough to fix this map. I really hope that they make it shorter. They get rid of the levers. They just do a ton of stuff. Did I say mid-level 33 or 36? 36. Can somebody type to Cyclone 36? Actually, I'll just type it 36. But all right, looks like Stube is heading on his merry way through the Matland waterways, absolutely waltzing through it, doing a hop, skip, and a jump. Looks like in the Matland waterways, if you do the league mechanic, you do get a level 10 uncut spirit gem. I would say not very important for speedrunning, but okay, it looks like Stube is going to completely skip it because he does get a boss spawn. Something that you guys might not know is that in these situations, you can opt to go and reset at checkpoint to go and redo that league mechanic so that you don't get a boss spawn, because maybe you might be like getting a very important drop from that mechanic and you absolutely want to get it but do not want to affect your clear times that much. You can definitely go and respawn at checkpoint and be able to get that reset to potentially not get a boss. Looks like the Cyclone is at the Zikoatl fight right now and going to be making some very, very quick and easy work out of it. Definitely doing quite a bit of damage. I think his crossbow that he actually has not gotten the crossbow upgrade yet. Interesting. I guess I don't even know what level of requirement that crossbow is. Might be like level 33, but he has not gotten that yet, but still is doing some pretty decent damage there to be able to clear the boss quickly. Like I said, he is catching up, guys. He is catching up. If you guys notice, now, granted, the Matland Waterways is a very long map, but we are now at a situation where Snoobe and Cyclone are both in the Matland Waterways. Now, Snoobe is quite a bit further in the Matland Waterways than Snoobe is, but once again, they are now in the same map, which earlier Snoobe was about, 3 or so maps ahead, and Cyclone is quickly picking up pace. So we cannot count the man out just yet. Snoobe cannot get complacent. He cannot take the foot off the pedal. He needs to go in full acceleration mode to hopefully still maintain his lead, because that league is quickly starting to shrink right now. Now, of course, Snoobe in the spirit of competition, maybe like earlier, right? He didn't want it to be too big of a difference. So he did some funny shenanigans there with corrupting his boots. But once again, right? If he wants to go for the win, he better be careful. He better be careful. All right. Cyclone is going to be making quick work through the Matland waterways. Halfway through at this point, I believe. He's over at the which Snoobe, once again, he did opt to kill earlier, which did take some time. Once again, it is not a requirement of this whatsoever. So, yep, good on Cyclone to grab that checkpoint so that in case he does die, which again, this area can be quite deadly. Monsters here are relatively quick and also do a lot of physical damage. Ooh, he is jumping into... Oh, that was a close one right there. Cyclone almost falling down to his death. And in that situation, it would have been very good that he did get that checkpoint. But he didn't die. Luckily, once again, he did not have to use that lifeline. Snoobe now heading into the drowned city. And progressing through once again with his 5 frames a second on his screen. Totally, completely fine. But in the Drowned City, if Snoobe does choose to do the league mechanic here, he will be able to get the a level 3 uncut support gem. Now, Snoobe looks like he is going to take the path less traveled right now, because personally, when I do this, I usually stick to the main path. Of course, I am not a seasoned speedrunner, so potentially Snoobe knows something that I don't, but normally I stick to the path. And Snoobe looks like he is going to be, he's going back. He's heading backwards. He's backtracking right now. Potentially, maybe Snoobe taking things a little bit too easily, or he potentially, I don't know. I feel like at this point, a player of Snoobe's level should know that you should just follow the path. But, all right, Snoobe back on track right now. Meanwhile, Cyclone is continuing to go through the Matland waterways. Stube is going to be trying to keep up his lead and head into the apex of Filth, which our queen, our lady, the lovely Queen of Filth, resides in the apex of Filth. Now, if only the Huntress class, the Spirit Walker class, could take the Queen of Filth as a companion. Unfortunately, she is not a beast. I mean, she might, many of you guys might think she was a beast, and I'm sure she is a beast under the sheets, but the game does not consider her a beast. So sadly, we cannot take her. Once again, Snube is going to be going off the beaten path. He's going off to the side and not going through the main road. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's trying to keep up his EXP, because once again, you will need to get to level 36 to be able to finish this race and be considered a winner. But taking a lot of detours here. Taking a lot of detours right now. All right, heading into the apex of Filth is Snube. Meanwhile, Cyclone is still in Matland Waterways, but he's right at the end, going to be pulling on that lever. So once again, going to be definitely catching up to Snube. I'd say definitely closing the gap. Still a considerable gap between the two, but definitely slowly but surely making up for some of that difference that Snube had with the huge fine on his boots and also the huge weapon that he got in Act, I believe it was Act 2. Yes, Act 2. Is Molten Vault mandatory? No, it is not mandatory. Actually, you know, I'm not entirely sure now that I'm thinking about it. I was not the one who was organized this race. I apologize if I don't have the answer. I don't think it's mandatory, but, you know, it might be. It might actually be. We'll have to see. Cyclone was the one. Cyclone and Snube were the ones who organized this. I was asked to cast kind of like yesterday last minute. So there are some details that I'm not entirely sure about. Not mandatory? Okay. All right. So it looks like they are going. Snube is going to grab the level 3 support gem from the actually no, he's gonna grab the Vol orb from the apex of Filth right there. And I mean, another reason why maybe you shouldn't have done the Vol at the earlier in the Jacani's Machinarium area. Yep, the level is 36. The level requirement is level 36 to be able to consider to be a winner in this race. Vol the Spear Orion. Okay, it looks like Sube has made himself over to the Queen of Filth in the apex of Filth, waiting for her to come out. Our Lady. She's now going to grab her left tit and squeeze whatever fluids are in there and then do a quick old slap on her belly like an old man coming out of the shower. All right, Snube going to be doing some quick work to the Queen of Filth, absolutely destroying this woman, absolutely dominating her. Are we sure Queen of Filth is the beast, or is Snube the bigger beast in this situation? But either way, Queen of Filth going down with the quickest of ease without much of a fight whatsoever. All right, looks like Cyclone still making his way through the drowned city. And again, I don't know what is up with these players taking all these like side routes. I think most people know, and players of this level should know, that the way that you're supposed to progress through the Matland Waterways is just by following the path. Maybe, again, he's trying to get some EXP, making sure he hits that level 36 by the end of the run. But I feel like that, you know, that should not be required at this point. But all right. Once again, as I mentioned, he is going to be making his way through this area. And he's going to backtrack which leads me to believe that Molten Vault is required, which Snube did not do. Now, once again, I did not confirm this. Like, as far as I know, if we are going with the rules, right, of being completing everything, I guess Molten Vault would be required. So that, yeah, it's not required, but unlocks reforging. I don't know. I wish I could get in contact with Cyclone at this point because he is deafened in Discord. So I don't know if it's required or not. But looks like he is going through Molten Vault, whereas Snubate did completely skip the Molten Vault. Snubate going to be heading up to the Temple of Kopek right now and taking on the boss here. Should be pretty quick work. The boss is fairly mobile though, but Stube will probably freeze the boss very quickly and probably just take it out within the volley of within the time that it's frozen. Yep. All right. And there we go. Holy damage. Yes, the man is doing giga damage at this point. I mean, probably, right? I'm assuming that Cyclone in his mind probably thinks that Molten Ball is required. So I feel like I don't know what the ruling is at this point. If it ends up being that Snube does not get Molten Vault done and Cyclone does get it done at the end, I think there is a chance that Snube can just go back to Molten Vault and still win the whole thing. But yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, I think Molten Vault probably is required now that I'm thinking about it like correctly, right? Because when I was talking with Cyclone earlier, I asked whether like what things weren't required. He mentioned Lightless Passage, and he also mentioned Venom Crypts. He did not mention Molten Vault as something that was not required. So off of that, I feel like Molten Vault is going to be required. Is does Snube can somebody, why is Lightless Passage not required? They just deemed it not to be required. It doesn't give you like it gives you a permanent upgrade in the sense that you get like a campaign map, but your character doesn't get any upgrades. So it looks like Snube is going back to do Molten Vault right now. He is heading back to the Drowned City to take care of that. Honestly, should be pretty quick. Ooh, he is heading in. I think he might be heading in the wrong direction at this point, but we'll see. I think certain seeds it can spawn over here, but other seeds it can't. That looks like it is not going to spawn here. Nube, you are heading in the wrong direction, my guy. Okay, good. He's going to respawn a checkpoint and go back the other direction. Head back to the beginning and then head down that way. Yep, perfect. All right, Sube does make it back here to do Molten Vault without losing much time, to be honest, and he is still quite a bit ahead of Cyclone. Like, honestly, he did not lose any time by skipping Molten Vault earlier, right? He is just basically coming back, especially because the map itself stayed the same. He did not lose the instance. He did not lose any time by going through by skipping Molten Vault. So Sube now making his way through Molten Vault. Meanwhile, Cyclone is going up to the apex of Filth. Now, the interesting thing is, and I don't think Cyclone took advantage of this, but the Molten Vault does also have another guaranteed unique. Molten Vault also has another guaranteed unique from the League mechanic. So if Snube decides that he wants to go for that guaranteed unique, I wonder if his luck will continue carrying him, because he could potentially just roll into something crazy big. He has not upgraded his weapon in a while. Now, his weapon was really crazy, but at this point might start falling off a little bit more. So potentially could be something that he could do to maybe get an upgrade for his weapon. That would be a nice little thing to get. And of course, the world is your oyster at this point. Looks like he did find the league mechanic, and looks like he is going to be doing it. So interesting to see what unique he gets here. Meanwhile, Cyclone is over at the Queen of Filth. He gets, not very great boots. Okay, but let's go over to the Cyclone. He is doing his fight with the Queen of Filth at this point, making really quick work of her, absolutely chunking her health. Oh my god. I think at this point, Cyclone is probably doing more damage than Snube. Cyclone did get a significant upgrade on his weapon in Act 3. Meanwhile, I don't think Snube has gotten an upgrade on his weapons in Act 2. So I think at this point, Cyclone is actually stronger than the Twisters. And once again, the race is closer than we expect. The race is probably closer than we think at this point. It is absolutely insane. Snube opting to get the Combat Frenzy to go and get some Frenzy charges for free for his Barraged Twisters. Combat Frenzy, for those who don't know, is a skill that allows you to get Frenzy charges whenever you electrocute or freeze an enemy. And electrocuting is pretty hard to do. You kind of do need quite a bit of setup for that, like extra items and stuff. But freeze is something that Tsube does very, very often. So we should be expecting him to get a good amount of frenzy charges throughout the map. And oh my god, that did a lot of damage. And also here, as you can see, he froze the boss right there and was able to quickly get some extra twisters because of that frenzy charge with Barrage. Looks like he is going to be killing the boss right here, making quick work, and going to be heading on over to Utsal, I believe is the area that he is going next. So he is going to be in the Viper Napazuli area. It looks like Cyclone is going to be fighting with Quetzoli, the High Priest. Quetzoli is not doing any of his shenanigans that makes him fly around and zip and zap around. So it looks like Crimson did make some quick work of him. But there definitely was a situation there where he could have done some really annoying patterns for the crossbow grenades player. All right, so now Snube is in Utsal, and also, once again, it looks like right after the Temple of Cope, the Sun Temple, it looks like we are having both players at Utsal now. Once again, this is why I said Snube cannot get complacent, because of this. Right now, Snube's character is weaker than Cyclone's character. And they are not that far off from one another. So this race went from potentially having a 3 to 5 minute difference between the two players is now pretty much back at neck and neck, with Cyclone having the stronger character going into these areas. Now, Viper is another pretty annoying boss for grenades, unfortunately, so that could be in the detriment for Cyclone. But once again, Snube is gonna be the weaker character at this point. His what is it called? His attacks are going to be better suited for this area, given that there are such a small little corridors. So there's going to be a lot of bouncing going on, and the Twisters are just going to be having naturally better terrain. There it is. Like I said, right? Twisters having those nice little small quarters, nice little small areas are going to be making it so that it is a much easier fight for him. So good for him. He is still ahead, but once again, not as ahead as you would expect. So gonna be needing to go move quickly. Oh, and Snube getting surrounded. And dying, falling to the ground. Luckily, there is no rigor mortis at this point. And as a result, he is going to be able to hop back in to the fight very, very quickly. Snube going off on the beaten path, going on the beaten path, off on the beaten path. He is not following the path. Looks like he is going to be going down this way to potentially find the next area. Okay, perfect. He did take a nice little shortcut there by not following the path, but the earlier one, he did take the wrong turn. Now, we are going to go and focus our attention over on to Cyclone, who is going to be taking on Viper right now, and once again, going to be exploding her with his grenades. Much slower fight than Snoobe, of course. Once again, very much, she is moving around quite a bit, but oh, he is now exploding her really, really quickly. But ooh, goes into the shield phase, and he gets stabbed with a bunch of poison spears, taking a lot of damage, but luckily not dying at this point. For anybody who is curious about this fight, Viper, when she is in that phase where she is shooting the little poison things at the shield warriors, you can actually just dodge every single time the spears poke out. You don't actually need to dodge out of the way. As long as you're dodging, you will take no damage from the poison spears. So as long as you have the timing down, you actually don't even, you could just close your eyes and you will be able to avoid every single attack in that phase. But all right, now it looks like Snoobe is over at Agarat. Meanwhile, Cyclone has finished the fight with Viper and is zooming down, trying to make quick pace through this area. Now, one thing again, these guys do have to full clear, so they do need to find the heart. I think it's called the sacrificial heart, right? In order to move on to the next area, he does need to get the heart. So I might have missed it. I don't know if Stu got the heart yet, but definitely they do need to get the heart in order to pass this area. I do not know. Oh, there he goes. Stu does get the heart, and he is now able to make it on to the next area. I don't believe Cyclone has gotten the heart yet, so he will need to go and find the heart in this area, unless I'm mistaken. Because the reason why I'm thinking maybe I'm mistaken is because he's not killing these monsters. He's just zooming. So maybe he's already gotten the heart yet. I don't know if anybody in the chat did caught him getting the heart or not, but if he does not get this heart, it will be a situation where he will need to go back to find it. He will need to go and find that heart before he can move on. But Snoobe, once again, count his lucky stars because he just got a ton of nice free time back from finding those hearts. Finding that heart. And he does find the sacrificial dagger very quickly. So he is going to go and grab that. As far as I know, I don't think Cyclone has found the heart yet, because I think if you find the heart, it should pop up on his quest log, and I do not see that quest. Oh, and he takes a tumble, having to do the quick logout macro right there, and Stube is now heading straight for Doriani right on after. I think at this point, it is probably, once again, Stube's race to lose, because he is pretty dang far ahead with his RNG. Cyclone did not get as lucky, / he also opted to skip a lot of monsters on his way to this area. So potentially some of those monsters that he did skip could have dropped a heart, and he did not get. Oh, Snoobe also falling to the ground, hitting the deck right now, and as a result has to backtrack in the map. Oh my god, it is getting close, boys. It is absolutely getting close. Now, of course, Snoobe is quite a bit ahead. I would say that it is still pretty safe for him. He could probably take a couple deaths and he would still be fine. But again, Snoobe cannot get complacent because Cyclone did close the gap by a lot. Once again, unfortunately, Cyclone is not getting the heart right now, and that could lead to his downfall. Oh, finally getting the heart. Oh, I don't know, guys. Stube's luck today has been insane. But considering the fact that Snoobe has had such good luck so far, and it is still this close. Goes to show how good of a racer Cyclone is in it right now. Stube does end up finding the black chambers to do his final fight with Doriani. Now, Stube is level 38, so he does satisfy the level requirement to be able to make this through. Now, again, if Stube does end up dying here, the race could be closer than you expect. And right now, Stube, as you can see, his damage it's okay. It's not bad, but he's not just completely melting the boss. So you never know what could happen. Looks like Doriani is going to be starting to shoot his lasers. And again, Stube is fairly squishy at this point. I mean, it looks like Cyclone is also very squishy, but both players are fairly squishy. And one bad hit could mean the death of either of our players. So looks like Doriani is starting to phase. Potentially, he's doing his monologue, he's doing his role playing, and he is getting now to the middle. Now, we do have to watch out. The butt lasers from Doriani are quite deadly. So hopefully, Snube is aware of that. And oh my god, Cyclone is at Doriani as well, boys. It is closer than you think. Cyclone, what are you doing? Yeah. It's close. It's close. It's close. And Snube does freeze the boss, and the boss does end up dying right here at 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 18 seconds. 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 18 seconds is going to be the clear time for Snube. And, ooh, Cyclone, congrats to Snube, guys. Give him a big old clappy on the W. Cyclone putting up a really, really close fight. And he didn't even have to do the monologue. He skipped the monologue. Absolutely nail biter. At some point, it really felt like Snube was going to run completely away with the competition. But Cyclone did such a good job of catching back up to that, where we are literally like, well, what is it? It's going to be like maybe like half a minute to a minute difference. It's not that bad, guys. Considering the fact that Cyclone was behind by a good 3 to 5 minutes at one point, this is crazy. Cyclone ends up winning, or ends up finishing at about 2 hours, 44 and 20 seconds. All right, about a minute behind. But honestly, again, with the amount of RNG and luck that Snube had the entire race through, he did really, really well. Clappies in the chat for Snube. Clappies in the chat for Cyclone. They did absolutely amazing. Good job, guys. That was huge. You guys both did amazing. How are you feeling, Mr. Cyclone? How was your RNG? How did you feel about your RNG during that run?
I would say it's a mixed run. I mean, I don't know when you saw my early crossbow.
Was your early crossbow really good or really bad?
I got a random 3-mod rare crossbow at the end of Act 1 that made super easy for early Act 1. Then my Act 2 crossbow was a little bit weaker, but I still had the strong Act 1, so that was fine. And then I was missing the Regal to finish the Bombard crossbow, but this one was also pretty good. The other one was actually also good. I didn't notice it had element damage with attacks. I had a decent armor, decent resistances. We ignored this lightning rush, okay. Yeah, overall, I would say it was a good run.
Okay. I mean, Snube, I don't know if you know what Snube got, Cyclone, but
I do not know.
This man got the absolute craziest RNG, especially in Act 2. Okay. It was insane. At some point, I think Snube was about like 3 to 5 minutes ahead of you, but you absolutely pulled that back so much that you were only about a minute behind at the end, which is insane. Snube, how do you feel about your RNG?
Well, I wish I could have taken one of those 2 awesome drops and given it to myself the last race I did. It would have made things a little smoother.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Because man, that was insane. Because you got what, the unique spear, and then a couple minutes later, you got the unique boots for the what is it called, the Wicked Destruction. Now the spear you didn't end up using. Yeah, he had a Wake of Destruction.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
it's pretty insane.
What was your Act 1 time, Snoo? I think I lost my time in Act 1.
My time in Act 1 was 48 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Not too
it was
bad.
pretty close. It was relatively close. I think you were behind by a little bit in Act 1, but yeah, both of you got. I think both of you guys got sub 50 minutes, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that one, but both of you guys were pretty close, relatively close. But once again, Snoobay's RNG just insane.
Yeah, I know that's what people be talking about. I can't legitimately win, I guess.
No,
it was your race.
I wasn't going to equip them. I literally wasn't going to equip them. I was like, I can't, guys, come on, this is ridiculous. I can't equip this boots. But then my chat was like, no, you have to.
Yeah, no, I mean you should. It's part of the game, right? Like if you were doing an actual race, if you drop those boots, you would definitely equip those. So
yeah. Well, and the interesting thing is, for those boots in the world of like what we're doing with like Frost Nexus tech with ice tipped arrows, they're not anywhere near as strong
as they used to be.
Right. Actually, the flat damage, which was a 1 to 33 lightning damage, is arguably even stronger than what they're doing, because we're already shocking on hit with Twister, and then we're already like getting all the elemental grounds immediately. So a little bit, I mean, obviously they're really good for bosses because you instantly do crazy damage on bosses. And people who were watching my run were probably like, what in the world? With the boss
it looked like a Twink character. It actually looked like a Twink character. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's a combination of Twister being very strong combined with a couple of Twink items, yeah.
Indeed. Well, how do you guys feel about the race? Like, do you guys have fun? Did you have a good time?
I think I had a good run. I wasn't looking at chat outside when I asked if it was 33 or 36. I reached my level. I mean, yeah, no.
What level were you?
I reached 36 at the end, 36 and a half.
Okay, the reason you caught up then, most of all, I'm into level 38, so that's a big reason why you caught up, probably. I didn't realize when you said you had to be level 36 that the zone was like 10 levels higher than that or something. In my mind, I was thinking, okay, the zone's probably like 5 levels higher than that. And so that's how I was kind of playing it. So I mean, that's my fault for not researching that right. But that was like a super easy bar to hit, I felt. 36.
To be fair, Tristas, I noticed, has an absolute breeze with staying on XP and zone. Like when I did a Twister one, I had no issues with leveling. With grenades, you actively need to seek out to kill the correct amount of mobs, the correct white packs, the correct blue packs to stay on XP without losing time.
Yeah. I mean, okay. So honestly, I would say like where you lost the most time, right? The two areas that in my mind that clearly were like, wow, this is really rough, is one of them is the heart, the sacrificial heart. Snoobay found his sacrificial heart basically as he was heading towards the sacrificial dagger, and you had to run around searching for that. The other one where you lost big time was the Sisters of Garukhan. You lost some unfortunate big time there, Cyclone.
I do think that it was still necessary because I also hit my level 26 there. Otherwise, I would have had to spend the time leveling in the next zone. So I don't think that was a major time loss because I did also want XP in that zone. It was still bullshit at the end that I had to full clear both zones, but that's RNG. I do also think that I went into this run assuming that Snoobay is gonna pull ahead of me in Act 1, and I need to have an insane Act 2 and a super smooth Act 3 to pull ahead at the end again, because he has done way more practicing for the early parts.
How much ahead was I in Act 2? I felt like I had an unusually good Act 2, but yeah, you probably pulled ahead mostly in Act 3, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think like in Act 2, you really you were, by the time you beat Jamon Ra, I think Cyclone was around the middle of the Dreadnought, so not even into the the map before Jamon yet, or Jamon map yet.
Okay. I mean, that's not that far behind.
It's not that far, but
it sounds like it was kind of neck and neck. He was chasing me the whole time then.
Yeah, it was very neck and neck. I mean, the I would say it was really the unique items where things started to really snowball out of control, and then he brought it back.
Yeah.
He brought it back in the end of Act 3. Of course, you did a little bit of fooling around with like the corrupting your boots and stuff like that. Right. Still, Cyclone really brought it back. So the area where I would say, like, I was like, wow, this is actually closer than I expected, was Matland Waterways. Because, I mean, granted, Matland Waterways is a very long map, right? But Cyclone and you were both in Matland Waterways at the same time.
Okay. Nice.
So we were still at the same place before the level difference happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now, granted, Snoobale was almost out of Matland Waterways before when you got into it. So you were in the same map, but like definitely far apart.
Still like 3 minutes behind though. There.
Did you do any other clock resets, Snoo? Or you were able to stay on XP without?
I leveled. The only place I deliberately like kind of did that on was the what's after Path of Morning, Spires of Deshar. You know that area, because I found the sisters really quick there, and I realized I was like 6 levels below still, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna get. I think I just got like, I only got like half a level of XP or something.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, props to you.
Yeah.
Definitely a deserved win.
100%.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
One thing I did have a question before we kind of wrap this up, though, is something I noticed is that you guys, like, when you were at the what is it called? What's the area called where those like water hags are at?
Water hags?
You mean Drowned City?
Yeah, Drowned City. So you guys, when you were there, both of you took some side routes away from the main route, and I was wondering if that was because of levels. You guys didn't think you had enough levels?
I just misread the zone. So I learned the zone, and I assumed that we were in the middle exit because of the edge at the thing. So I went to the side instead of following the road.
Yeah,
because I just thought I had the zone read, and I misread the zone.
So you're like, well, in this specific layout, there should be a shortcut here that allows me to go, to the right path instead of just following it. Because I'm like, well, usually when I just follow the path. But maybe there's some like special like shortcut that you can do there, which both of you guys ended up going off the main path, but both of you guys ended up having to go back on the main path to find your way back to back of your way.
Real quick, if this is a middle exit, what happens is the path goes as following. You have the road here, you go down here, you have this, and then it takes you up, all the way up here, and then takes a turn and go to the middle exit. If it's right, you get a direct path, but the middle one takes this U-turn. So when I saw that I had a break here and here, and I had a long B, I thought this is a middle exit, also because point D was a wall. I just misread the B distance, otherwise I would have known it is a left exit. But regardless, that was what caused me to think that we had a mid exit and I tried to take the shortcut. Otherwise, I would have followed the path all the way up and back down. And I had XP. I was decent on XP at that moment. So I tried to be fast.
Okay. Got it. Awesome. Well, man, that was a lot of fun. It was a fun casting. Hope you guys had a good time with that race. And hopefully, Snube, your RNG doesn't get destroyed for 0.5 after that.
I don't think it will too much.
Over.
Cyclone Definitive. Thank you for the invite on the race. You were the one who kind of reached out at first. So Miso, thank you for doing the little casting. I'll watch some of it back. Some of the chat were saying Miso was very talented at this. And then they were saying some weird things, but in the middle there. But other than that, they were saying he's pretty talented at it.
I don't know what weird things you could be referring to.
I'll be sure to go back and see whatever that was.
I'm also gonna watch the VOD on this.
I'll try to upload it on YouTube at some tomorrow or something like that. I don't know if people would be interested in the VOD, but
I think people are.
But
maybe not tomorrow after patch notes, but they were up to today.
Yeah, maybe I'll upload it on like Sunday or something like that. I don't know. I feel like if I upload it tomorrow, people are just going to be like distracted with patch notes.
Yeah.
But yep.
For sure.
Thanks for the invite. I'm glad that I was able to cast it. It was a lot of fun, and hopefully you two thought so as well. And I guess hopefully the patch notes are good tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah. Can't wait.
All righties, boys. GG's.
One last very quick question. Is any of you continuing streaming from this? Because I need to go help my grandparents with stuff, so I would rate either one of you if you guys continue to stream.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to stream. I think Stube, you're probably going to continue to stream too, right?
Actually, no, I'm gonna probably head out real soon because I got some more work I want to do on the build.
Okay.
You know, getting ready for patch notes and stuff. So just kind of came on to do the race.
I'm going to be talking about the Ascendancy stuff. I have not talked about that yet, so we're going to go and head into that for my stream.
Sounds good. Thanks for watching, everyone that was looking at my stream. Sorry that I wasn't reading chat. Hope Miso did a good job at casting. I will check up on that, and have a lovely day, everyone.
All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yep. I guess all I'll say is looks like Twisters is better than grenades, folks.
Nerf Twisters.
Nerf Twisters. Grenades get buffed.
Nerf Twisters.
Nah, no way. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I'll see you around, and to any of the people in my chat. Yeah, sorry I'm not sticking around, but we'll be on to get the patch notes thing. I'll be on after the fact because I'll be sleeping exactly when they get released, I think. But yeah, we'll be back. We'll go over them together.
All righty. And thanks for the raid, Cyclo.
Thanks for hosting, or thanks for casting.
Yep. All right. Peace. Alrighty, boys. That was a lot of fun. That was my first time doing any sort of casting, so hopefully I did an all right job. I basically had almost no preparation going into it, but it hopefully it worked out. I'm still streaming. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about at this point. Well, I'm probably gonna go to the bathroom, take a little break. And yo, Mr. Stube, thank you for the raid as well. Thank you. Good GG's. Let's see here. What is this? Yeah, congrats again on the win, sir.
What do you
congrats
do
on
if
again
I
on
clip
the
such
win.
Stuff? What, of me saying that minion players should be killed?
What the heck?
What, you want me to end up on Exiled again with like another good clip in which I'm extremely based? Like, what do you what do you think I'm afraid of?
For any of you guys who are wondering, what is it called? This was Cyclone's build right here. And this was Stube's build. So if you guys are curious about either of their builds, that was what they were playing. Huntress, Amazon, Twisters, and Deadeye. No, Huntress, Amazon, Grenades, and the Deadeye Twisters. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. But of course, once again, after I am done going to the bathroom and getting some water, we needs to go and what is it called? Go here. Path of Exile 2. We need to go and talk about the new Ascendancies. All right. Because there is some really cool stuff going on here with the Ascendancies. Oh, we got paid for the cast? I mean, it was just a volunteer thing. I don't think I should get paid for the cast of anything. I mean, one, I'm just an amateur, but two, like, yeah, I'm just an amateur. I was just doing it for fun, doing it for friends. But yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me a second, guys. And I guess I'm also going to get some more water because that casting, whew, man, my throat's parched. Alrighty. Water straight up pours vodka? Dude, it's too early for that. Chair speed spin run. Yo, so Lang. Yeah, hopefully you guys, hopefully you guys enjoyed the cast. It was my first time doing it, so I'm hoping that it was all right. It's definitely not going to be crimson casts, but I tried to do my best at being informative, fun, and entertaining. The thing is that I can provide that Crimson does not is I'm sure he would not have talked about the Queen of Filth like I did. He is a little more classy than I am when it comes to that aspect. If that was a paid gig, you would have been fine with the Queen of Filth saying, what do you mean? What time does the Passionals go live? We do not know at this point. We do not know. Okay. As I said, I want to go over some of the stuff with the Ascendancies. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the Ascendancies or not, but I want to go over it because there's some really cool stuff going on here with the Gemling Legionnaire. I also think the Chronomancer changes they're interesting. There's a really, really good buff that the Chronomancers are getting, but at the same time, I'm still very questionable about the Ascendancy in general. But we can go back into that in a little bit. But let's start off just by watching the video, right? And then we'll talk about it as we go. And yo, Mr. X Day with these 6 months in advance tier 1. So what the heck, sir? Oh, I need to turn back on the what is it called? The alerts. Sir, thank you for the 6 months, man. I appreciate that. Holy, Mr. X Day, that is very generous. Thank you. I do need to turn back on my streamer bot so we can get the channel boards, channel points back. Also, the 25 skill points. Yeah, that is also a thing that we can discuss. But all right, here.
Turn of the Ancients, we're making several much anticipated balance changes to the Chronomancer and Gemling Legionnaire Ascendancy classes. Let's take a closer look at some of them. Starting with the Gemling Legionnaire, we've expanded on how the Gemling interacts with quality on his gems. Every socketable skill in the game now has an additional quality option available through the Advanced Thaumaturgy Ascendancy skill.
Dude, that is crazy.
Once allocated, simply hold Alt while hovering your skill gems to preview an additional bonus granted by gem quality.
Like, that is insane, though. Like, Gemling, like, look at how much gem quality this guy has. He has goddamn, he has 23 quality, right? He has 22%. Wait, how much quality does he have? 5% from support and 22 from global modifiers, 23 quality. I don't think this is necessarily saying he has 50-something quality. Right? I don't think that's the case, because if you go on to your character right now, that's not how it works. There's so much work from him? Yeah, it's literally, so at the baseline, right, what it is just like every single gem from now on forward will have a special thing for Gemling. That's crazy, right, to think about. That it's another one of those things, like, they gotta manually do everything at that point. But it's insane because that means Gemling will have a 6-socket skill for every single skill. And they get 1 extra socket compared to every single class. And I guarantee you there will be some skills that you probably, like some builds, you probably will need to be Gemling to do. Which is absolutely crazy. But let's see, right? So... Oh wow, okay, so that is how it works. Okay, so those skills have what 55% quality. Those skills have 55% quality, like right here. You get 22 from global modifiers and 5% from the support. And so that is insane. Obviously, gem quality on rings. There's definitely gem quality on other places. Of course, the Gemling class itself does get gem quality, but at least at the moment, right? Let's see what you get for what he has on the tree right now. So if we're going off of what we have right now for Gemling, you have, let's see here. There is 2%, 4%, right? 2%, 4% quality. And I don't think these give quality, right? Yeah, these don't give quality. So 2%, 4% plus 10%. So that is 14% just off of that. And I think he also has this one too. So 16%. So 16% quality just off of that. So he has another like 6% from other things. It might be the tree, right? It could be the tree because I think tree does provide quality. You have this one right here, right? 5% all quality of all skills with Cunning Fox. So maybe he has a little bit more than that, but I don't think the Gemling quality did get buffed. I don't think it got buffed. So, but he does have a lot of quality on this thing. But as I was mentioning earlier, every single skill becomes a 6-socket skill. And I guarantee, like, this is like an effect that is like, what is this? Basically a wild shards, right? This is basically as though you socket wild shards into your skill. So it's like, I'm sure there will be some builds that are like only possible with Gemling, depending on what that extra quality is, socket is, like the quality line is. It's pretty insane.
Well, I just wanted to say a big warm thank you, Wanky,
What
to
the
Misa
heck?
for the absolutely amazing commentary on the path of XCW 2 ways. Ooh,
Oh my god.
you made the hype so biggy wiggy and kept us all so excited the wow time. You are such a talented caster, Miso Senpai. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Woody, for the bits. I appreciate it. But oh my god, what the hell was that message? What the heck was that message? But yes, so what do I mean by the fact that Gemling gets 6 sockets, right? Again, think about it this way. So we go to Po2DB, we look at the skill Wild Shards, right? Wild Shard support. So Wild Shards, look at this. Supported skills have a 25% chance to fire 8 projectiles in a circle. What is this? 25% chance to fire 8 projectiles in a circle. So this skill essentially has 6 sockets. And that is going to be the case for every single skill, which is pretty dang insane. Now, of course, right, we can't guarantee that the extra quality is going to be super, super useful. Like, it might not always be something that you're, like, really, like, looking for. But I'm sure there's some stuff there that is going to be, like, this is, like, really premium. And then you're just going to get 6 absolutely premium support gems on that item. Like, yeah, like what you're saying, right? Flicker not consuming charges might make a comeback. And that could also be absolutely insane. There are probably going to be some builds that are going to be like only possible on Gemling. It's a weird way to say it, but okay. I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't, like, how else I would say it. Because that's literally just an extra support gem, right? That's literally an extra support gem. Hopefully it affects Kalgura skills too. I'm sure it will. But we'll see. So it's gonna be nuts. We'll see. Because like we don't know what the actual extra quality thing is gonna be, right? We just don't know. Some of them might be good, some of them might not be good. You know what the patch notes are coming out? No. Nobody knows, unfortunately. Would you recommend starting Gemling? I probably still wouldn't, to be completely honest. But I think like when it comes to like min-maxing, Gemling's gonna be pretty good for like some builds. Because, like, we just don't know how good the other quality stuff are for Gemling, right? Like, it could have the potential to be really good. But, like, in reality, like, Wild Shards isn't all that great, in my opinion. Like, most people use, like, what, Scion's Temper? Scion's Temper, right? Instead of Wild Shards. So it's like, it's okay, but it's not like the best. I feel like, but I do wonder if you can like stack it, right? Can you put this and Scion's Temper? Because Scion's Temper is an additional projectiles category, so you can't stack this in Wild Shards, for example. But if that stacks with Scion's Temper, which I don't see why it wouldn't, that would be pretty insane. Not just extra support gem, it's a unique design specifically for each skill. Yeah, I mean, in some cases, it's going to be better. In some cases, it's going to be worse. Scion's Wild Charge, quality, 60 projectiles. Yeah, that's my chair. My chair is creaking. Let's see. This effective fire a projectile circle projector twisters. I'm praying for. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, this is gonna be pretty good. This is gonna be pretty strong in my opinion.
You're gonna see some amazing
like it's gonna
effects.
make or break some builds.
An
for
example
sure.
is Fireball. Instead of firing only 2 additional projectiles, why not fire up to 10 in a circle? Combined with consuming a fire infusion, you can fire a devastating ring of explosive projectiles that then each explode into another ring of smaller firebolts. Another example of an added quality that may also add quality to your life is Explosive Shot. Instead of having to reload after every shot, you can gain 2 more rounds in your magazine for a burst of deadly impact. With the Gemling Legionnaire's mastery of gems, he is also able to conjure a powerful barrier from his socketed skill gems.
So this one is interesting, right? So Virtuous Barrier for Essence of Virtual. This skill right here, what it does is there's a lot in the skill, but it's like essentially if you break it down, it just basically grants you increases of these things up to like a certain point. I'd say like, because I don't think you're getting hit all that often to where you're gonna lose these. For the most part, it's just like you're gonna get a certain amount of life, certain amount of armor, certain amount of whatever based off of your skill gems. Now, depending on what build you're playing is gonna have like different attributes, right? So to give it, I guess maybe I'll explain how this works. So basically, while active, conjures a glittering barrier that accumulates protective gemstones, motes of each attribute type over time, but lose a random mote when you're hit. Gains a random mote every 2 seconds, all right? So you get these things called motes, right? You can basically think of them as like kind of like charges. I don't know. But they're basically like these kind of charges that you get. They're like permanent charges, and each charge does a certain thing. Now, the maximum amount of charges that you have for these motes is 3. So 3 base plus the numbers of skills that which require that attribute. So if you're going for a strength mote, right, depending on the number of skills that you have that require strength, you may get more or less of those motes as max. Single attributes and skills, however, grant twice as many maximum motes. So, for example, if let's say right now your skills, you have 18 skill sockets, right? All of those skill sockets are only strength, so they don't require any other attribute. Then you'll get 18 times 2, which is 36, plus 3, which is 39. So you have 39 motes maximum for strength, which means that if you're not getting hit for enough time, you can get up to 39% increased maximum life for strength, which is absolutely insane. But of course, you only get one every 2 seconds, and you're not guaranteed the strength mode every time. Even though, let's say you're only using strength gems, you can still generate these other motes. You can still generate the other motes, which is kind of unfortunate. So it's gonna be like a little bit, I guess, RNG, whether or not like how much you can stack up. But technically, if you're not getting hit long enough, you could essentially stack up to all of them, right? Max of all of them. Because if we looked at the gameplay, you see that this person has like, it's not like a terrible amount. Oh my god, he just lost a lot of motes right there. Holy crap. So maybe I don't know, maybe you're not stacking up as many as I thought you would. Because that guy just literally just lost all of them right there. What did he even get hit by? Oh, did he get hit by an ignite? Oh my god. So if you get hit by a dot, they just fucking disappear. Yeah, I don't know. These motes don't seem all that powerful. If you could get hit by the dot and it just all goes away like that. Now, granted, right? This could help you with, like, this is the best one in my opinion, maximum life. Because maximum life is so hard to get. So, like, if you're able to get a ton of maximum life, it could help you prevent from, like, a one-shot. Because getting hit once, you'll only lose one mote. But accumulating that many motes is pretty rough. No, it definitely, energy shield doesn't save it. It's whenever you get hit. Maybe it's a choice? No, there's no choice. It's just random. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of not great. Like, there's potential if, like, you can stack this high enough and your character... Maybe, like, if you play evasion, right? Because technically, if you're playing evasion character, you're not getting hit as much. So if you're running, like, evasion strength gems, and I think that's kind of where maybe this would, like, synergize the most. You're running evasion strength. You're running more, like, a lot of strength evasion stuff. Then you can get a good amount of maximum life to help you actually get that life required to not get one shot most of the time. But if you're running evasion, then you're not getting hit all that much, right? So that could be a way to build this to where it's like actually kind of useful. But you're still not solving for the damage over time problem. So if I've presented you the mode, if I get hit, doesn't the HP get taken into account when calculating a hit? I don't know how it's going to work, right? Let's say you have 9 strength motes. You get hit. Does it deduct the mote before it deducts the damage? Or does it deduct the damage first and then the mote goes away? Because if it deducts the damage first, then the mote goes away, then you're essentially healing, kind of like mitigating, let's just say, right? That's the best way to put it. You're mitigating that amount of damage, that amount of life that one mote gave. I'm pretty sure the damage first. Yeah, that would be my assumption. So that would be like the better scenario. It would deduct the mote first. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. But there's some use cases for this. I think it'll be, for the most part, kind of not great because, like, again, you literally saw it right here where the guy had like a ton of motes and he lost it all in like a second. He didn't even get that hit that much. Like, look at his health. Look at his health, right? It barely got hit and he lost all his motes just like that. And you need 2 seconds per mote. So that means that, like, in an average map, right? Let's say if you're a blaster, you're clearing a map in like 3 to 5 minutes, right? How much time does it take to get these motes? It takes 12 seconds plus 6 seconds, so that's 18 seconds. Plus 4, that's like 22 seconds, right? I mean, that's a fairly significant amount of time compared to how much time it's going to take you to clear a map. So, doesn't look great. You can get the reduced duration for it. No, there's no duration. There's no duration tag on this. There's no duration tag. It's just a buff, a spell, and persistent. Are the passive tree nodes known? No. Oh, apparently he's wearing Fire Flower and losing boats as self-hit every time he ignites. I mean, that might be a big part of it, too. That might be why he loses it so much. Yeah, that's sorry why he loses so much of it.
With the Gemling Legionnaires' mastery of gems, he is also able to conjure a powerful barrier from his socketed skill gems, named the Virtuous Barrier. Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes. With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye, and we look forward to seeing what you can come up with for your builds.
Yeah, I mean, I know the skill is level 1, but still, in reality, like, what do we think that this is gonna give for like higher levels? I feel like it might increase like these numbers, but I don't think it really changes like how the moats themselves work, which is kind of rough. We'll see, right? We'll see.
Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes. With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye.
Perhaps going to decrease the intervals.
We'll see. Come up with for your builds.
So where is the part where they talk about where they show the weapon set stuff? I don't think it's in the Gemling section, right? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Oh wait, but yeah, I'd say like this, right? The gem quality stuff has so much potential, but the moat thing looks mid coming out the gate. Looks mid coming out the gate. Are the patch out yet? No. You can maybe generate a moat every 0.5 to 0.75 to 1 seconds. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I think there's potential. There's definitely potential in this node. That's why I'm not like writing it off. But like, it's definitely not straight up. Just like you look at this and you're like, wow, this is amazing, right? Because the gem quality, you look at it and you're like, wow, this is amazing. This one you're looking at, it's like, all right, there's some potential. It could be decent. I'm not going to write it off.
Each socketed skill gem empowers the barrier, making its effects stronger depending on the gem's required attributes. With the Virtuous Barrier skill providing some much needed defenses, and the additional qualities of over 200 different skill gems, it's more than meets the eye, and we look forward to seeing what you can come up with for your builds. Onwards to the Chronomancer. First off, let's start with one of its new notable skills, Phased Form.
Okay, Phased Form. Now, if you guys watched my reaction video, I definitely undersold this note, right? Because I was like so focused on like talking about other stuff, I didn't really talk about the actual node too much. Now, take 30% less damage is ridiculously strong. That is an insane amount of goddamn mitigation. It is probably one of the best defensive nodes, if not the best defensive node in the game. Being able to mitigate 30% less, it's not even 30% reduced. 30% less damage is pretty dang insane. Now, the 4 second, and this is like doesn't matter what you're wearing. You could be wearing evasion, you could be doing armor, you could be doing energy shield. Doesn't matter. Just off the top, 30% less damage. Now, energy shield, it's a little bit less strong, right? Because energy shield, your energy shield pool is so big that it doesn't really matter all that much. You're rarely gonna die anyways, for the most part. You're rarely gonna get one shot. You're really gonna die. It's gonna be helpful, right? It's gonna be really good. It's still really, really good. But it's pretty insane. Now, life builds. This is going to make life builds a lot stronger because Life builds, one of the biggest problems is that they have such a low life pool, which makes it so that they're very easily one-shot. And like armor does jack shit against defending against big damage, big hits. So this is going to be huge for life. Now, this part right here, 4 seconds after being damaged by an enemy hit, take damage equal to 30% of that hit damage. So 30% of that hit. I'm trying to figure out like what the damage. So because like the part that I'm getting stuck on, right, is like 30% of that hits damage. Is it pre-mitigation or is it post-mitigation? Because it's post-mitigation, that's better than pre-mitigation. Right? Is it post-mitigation? Is that confirmed? Okay. Post-mitigation, that's good. Pre-mitigation doesn't make sense. Well, there's a lot of stuff that works off of pre-mitigation in this game. Like, for example, ailments all work pre-mitigation, right? There are stuff that works pre-mitigation in this game. Quite a bit of it. So I'm not entirely sure. I don't think there's any confirmation anywhere that says pre or post it. But you take the hit already. It's like most likely post. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we can make assumptions right now. They could always like make things different, right? We just don't know. We don't know, and I don't think we can make the assumption. Yeah, I know it's Whirlwind. They're not adding Whirlwind anytime soon.
What was that?
Yo, Mr.
Look at that! You see my
Legendary
face
David,
now?
Appreciate it. Pre-mitigation makes sense. The hits damage not calculated. I don't know which one it is. Either way, it's still good, right? Whether it's pre or post. Of course, if it's post, it's even better. Pre, it's a little bit worse. But it's really good because it is 30% damage off the top end. And that is one of the biggest reasons why a lot of characters die is because they get one shot, right? So this is really, really good. Now, the thing that I focused on a lot on the video, which I kind of regret doing that, but of course, it was a first, it was a react video, right? It was my first time reacting to it. It's going to happen. But I focused a lot on this idea of it's going to be really funny when this situation happens and people just die. Like their hardcore characters just die because of it. You take damage, right? Let's say you take a hit and it takes you down to like almost dead. But then you're like, oh, okay, I'm still fine. I'm not dead, right? And then you wait 4 seconds. You get hit by a couple of other hits. You're like, oh, I'm taking some hits here and there. Or maybe I get like a dot damage or something like that. You forget that you're going to take 30% of that hit damage again afterwards. And you just fucking die. Like that is going to be happening. That is going to be happening for sure. I can't wait until I see like those hardcore highlights of people playing Chronomancer and just like dying because they get hit by this extra 30%, and then they're just like, wait, how did I die? How did I fucking die? I could definitely see it happening, but that's like the part that I kind of like focus on a little bit too much, I'd say, on the video. Like overall, this is like insane, right? This is absolutely insane. This skill is real. This node is really, really good. But for those couple of moments where you like slip up and then you get hit with a dot or you get hit with some small hits and you don't realize you're going to take more damage after a couple seconds, you just fucking die. What hit me? What hit me? Exactly. That's going to happen so much. Now, the thing is, some people are saying like, oh, you just recoup it, right? Which is fine, right? But not everybody's going to be playing a recoup build, you know? Not everybody's going to be playing a recoup build. There's going to be some people playing recoup, some people playing, not playing recoup, right? So it's a good node. It's a good node, right? And also, there's some confusion about, what is it called? There's some confusion about the damage over time on this. A lot of people thought that this node makes you immune to damage over time. And that is just complete false. That is not true at all. You listen to what Mark says.
With phased form allocated, and due to your mastery over time, you are able to take less damage, causing a portion of that damage to be taken after a delay. This serves as a pretty strong defensive node, especially as the delayed.
First of all, right? Look at this.
Serves as a
he literally shows the character on damage over time, and his health is ticking down.
Delayed damage.
Okay, so he is not immune to damage over time just by that. But listen to Mark's words too. All right.
This serves as a pretty strong defensive node, especially as the delayed damage only applies to hits.
The delayed damage only applies to hits. So the damage that you take after, like that 4-second delay, only applies to hits.
So you just straight up mitigate any damage over time effects.
So you straight up just mitigate any damage over time effects. This means, the way that he's saying it right there, means that for the delayed hit part only applies to hits. When you are taking damage over time, you don't take the delayed damage, so it is straight up just 30% less damage. That is what he's saying. He's not saying you are immune to damage over time. He's not saying it mitigates damage over time completely. He's saying that you do not take the delayed damage, because that's the thing with this node, right? It's not just like you're getting a free 30% damage, less damage to all your hits. You're going to take that damage later. It's just like you're not taking it now. But this situation, when you get hit by a dot, it means that you're not taking that damage later. You're just getting a straight up 30% less damage taken from damage over times. That's what he's saying. Straight 30% bleed, 30% less dot. No. Damage over time does not work that way. Damage over time is pre-mitigation. Damage over time is all pre-mitigation. So just because you take 30% less damage from a hit does not mean that you take less damage over time. All damage over time is pre-mitigation. So if you look at, let's say, bleed, right? Bleeding. Let's see here. Does it tell you right here, right? So right here. The base magnitude of bleed is physical damage per second equal to 15% of the pre-mitigation physical damage of the hit. So the node does not reduce. It's not a double dip, basically. You will not get the just because you take 30%, like normally I think a lot of people are thinking like, oh, I'll take 35% less damage from the initial hit, which means the dot does 35% less damage. And on top of that, I'm reducing it by another 35% because it's going to reduce dots. That is not how damage over time ailments work. That is not how damaging ailments works. All damaging ailments in Path of Exile 2 are pre-mitigation. Explains why these are so freaking painful sometimes? Yeah. For 1k, you'll take 700. Yeah, whatever the math ends out to be, that's basically it. Burning's pre-mit. Every damage over time from a hit is pre-mit.
Damage only applies to hits, so you just straight up mitigate any damage over time effects. What makes this really cool though, is that by taking Temporal Rift, the delayed damage from phased form can entirely be negated.
Now this one, I mean, I don't know. I don't play Chronomancer, so I don't know how many people take Temporal Rift. But if people didn't take Temporal Rift before, I don't think they're taking it just to mitigate that damage. I don't think they're doing it just to take that damage. But I don't know how many people take the Temporal Rift, to be completely honest. Like if it's already a regularly taken one, then yeah, you know, it's great. But if it's not, then I don't know. I mean, I guess we could answer that question, right? If we go to Po2 Ninja or Ninja, we could kind of take a look at this and see like how many chronos actually take that. Well, also, first of all, because they're changing how the nodes go. So Temporal Rift, oh, you need to take it for time freeze. Okay, so obviously everybody's taking Temporal Rift. But like, are you taking it because you need time freeze, or are you taking it because you actually want Temporal Rift? I would argue that most people aren't taking this because they want Temporal Rift. I'd say most people are taking it because they want the time freeze. And if you don't, and they're changing it so that time freeze is over here instead of over here. So I think that people, I don't know. Again, I don't play it, so maybe it is a very, very good one. Maybe I'm just completely misunderstanding it, and it is something people use very regularly. Even like if you didn't have, even if and again, keep in mind this is this is on the 4th. All right. Of course, I think everybody's gonna be taking this, so it doesn't really matter. So technically, it's kind of like a 2, but in reality, it is a 4-point node. It's best for Sekimas. Good for mana spam as it resets mana. Like maybe because, right, we're losing Leech. Maybe Leech being like not as powerful anymore means that Temporal Rift is going to be, or not, Temporal Rift is going to be like used a lot more. I'm not completely sure. But just off of what I can see on a regular character, I don't know how often people are taking it and how often people are using it. But yeah, that is my commentary on it, right? I don't think people are going to be taking it because it removes the freaking phase form damage. People would be taking this if like they were going to take it for their build already. This edition doesn't do anything.
If you take a big hit, then use Temporal Rift, not only does your life recover back to what it was, but the delayed damage is just eradicated. Now some changes to existing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony. This has received new visual and gameplay effects, such as displaying your stored damage to bosses on static life bars. Also, now when the stored damage reaches a lethal level, the effect will trigger immediately to wipe your enemy out.
Now, this one's just tough to really read because like it's definitely not a thing you're going to be doing when you're mapping. It's definitely a single target based thing, right? Because nobody's going to manually cast a fucking curse while they're mapping. Unless maybe really like a minion build or something like that. Like nobody's going to manually cast a curse like that. So because I don't really hear anybody talk about this skill, to be honest. Like it gets a little bit of quality of life so you can see the effect. And then now it does automatically kill. So it's basically kind of like a culling effect in a way. Can you automate curses? No, because this is not a skill gem. This is a class skill, which means that you cannot put it into a meta gem. You cannot put it on Blasphemy. You cannot put it on Cast on Crit. You cannot put it on Cast on Elemental Ailment. It has to be manually casted. So I don't think it's being used much right now. Again, I'm not a Chronomancer expert, and there's not that many Chronomancers out there. Let's be real, right? So I don't know exactly how many people use it, but what is it? Inevitable Agony, it is used by 16%. So literally the second least used one. So it doesn't seem very good right now. People don't really want it. People aren't using it. And I don't know if this change would make you use it more, because I think it looks cool. I think the QOL is nice, but I just think this skill's very good. So
lethal level,
I don't think it's going to be used
trigger
anymore.
Immediately to wipe your enemy out. The Rapid River passive skill, which made recoup occur much faster, has been removed, but a lot more recoup speed investment has been added to the core passive tree, allowing a lot more builds to gain access to this power. Additionally, a highly requested change has finally come.
So the whole recoup thing, right, getting removed, I think is totally fine. Originally, I was like, I don't really like how this is, because it kind of like, that was one of the main things that, like, a big thing that people picked Chronomancer for was for the recoup, right? For this right here, for the recoup effects instead occur over 4 seconds. But like, I wonder if that's made up by the fact that we do have the damage mitigation node, right? This right here, phase form. I wonder if like because phase form means you're taking 30% less damage, it means that your recoup is that much stronger. So that doesn't really hurt it all that much. Is a huge buff for Infernalist giving me recoup of the tree instead of Ascendancy? Yeah, true. Why is that big for Infernalist? Because Infernalist, a lot of how you sustain your infinite, what is it called? Your infinite demon form is by recoup, right? So if you get more recoup on the tree, that means it's better, easier to sustain, and sustaining it for longer. Chrono made recoup obsolete for everyone else. Feels like a worse to stack it on, the double effectiveness. Well, I wouldn't even say that, because I think, like, for example, Lich is really good for recoup, because Chrono, you're required to get mana recoup in the past, so you have to do mana and life recoup. But Lich, you didn't have to get mana recoup, which was really nice. Because you don't ever take damage to your life. So you never needed the mana recoup.
That by the delayed damage is just eradicated. Now some changes to exist.
Can you convert to recoup to ES? Yeah. It's what most people do. They use the recoup chest. It's called what is it called again? I'm trying to remember. Recoup. Sacrosanctum. It allows you to recoup both as life and energy shield. Yep. This is what basically every recoup build uses. They all use Sacrosanctum.
Listing Ascendancy skills, starting with Inevitable Agony.
Is stupid one a big margin?
This
Actually, no, he didn't. It was like a minute, but and it's relatively big.
Stored damage to bosses on
but
static life
it's not as big as
out.
it was supposed to be, I feel.
The Rapid River passive skill, which made recoup occur much faster, has been removed, but a lot more recoup speed investment has been added to the core passive tree, allowing a lot more builds to gain access to this power. Additionally, a highly requested change has finally come. Time Snap and Time Freeze.
I would say this is one of the bigger buffs as well. Again, I think that this is really good, right? This is probably the biggest buff, the phased form or whatever. And then this is probably the second biggest. I mean, I think they're both just as big, maybe. They're both huge. The fact that you don't have to take... The fact that you can take Time Snap and also Time Freeze is, like, pretty dang insane. But I don't think it's, like, anything... It's not, like... I wouldn't say it's, like, game-breaking. It's fine. It's okay. It's decent. But it is a big buff, relatively.
Can now both be allocated without requiring all 8 Ascendancy points. Finally, Now and Again has been changed to cause your spellcasts to have a chance to alter time itself and both echo and repeat.
Now, that node, right? This node, I mentioned it on my video reaction as well, but I feel like maybe it's just that I don't like what they're doing with Chrono, so that's why I think like they kind of don't know what to do with Chrono. But like, I feel like Chrono as an Ascendancy, one of the reasons why I think it's just not great is because of like like Sands of Time, for example, right? That's the thing that makes you gain cast speed, and it goes from like 10% all the way to 60% or something like that, right? Let's see, Sands of Time. It goes from 1% all the way up to 60% for cast speed and area effect, which, like, to me, and I think many people will probably disagree with this, but like Rabbit, I think he finds this node to be really powerful. I just, like, maybe it's powerful, but I feel like it feels really bad to play the class because of this. Like, when you're at 60%, you feel like you're on the top of the world. But when you're at 1%, you feel like complete ass. You feel like complete booty cheeks. So, like, that to me is like one of the problems with Chronomancer. It's not consistent. Like, same with this, right? 20% chance to echo, 20% chance to repeat. And like, it's another situation where it's like, maybe I'll get lucky and I'll repeat a ton and I'll do a ton of damage. Maybe I won't get lucky and I'll never repeat, right? So again, the consistency of the class is just like really low. If you look at like the other Ascendancies, none of them really operate this way, right? Guaranteed Spirit. This is a guaranteed damage reduction. Meditate, guaranteed ES. Guaranteed reservation efficiency. Guaranteed more energy. Guaranteed damage. Guaranteed, you know what I mean, right? Guaranteed, leech. Guaranteed this, like, everything for the most part is like giving you very tangible guaranteed things. Like this one, guaranteed additional projectile, right? Why is it that Chronomancer has all these like chance to get this, or like I don't always get 100% effectiveness of it. It just feels a little bit bad when that happens to me. So it's like, even if it's good, I feel like if I wanted to play Chronomancer, I feel like it's just gonna feel really bad. That's just, to me, what it is, right? It feels bad when that happens. When I'm at 1%, it feels garbage. When I'm at 60%, it feels insane, right? And that's, maybe it's just my preference, right? I don't like that feeling. I don't like the feeling of just like inconsistency. So that's why I don't really like this node that much. Maybe it ends up being good, right? It probably ends up being good, but just that feeling of like being inconsistent is not something I like.
To have a chance to alter time itself and both echo and repeat. Both roles are independent of each other, allowing you to unleash a powerful burst of spells all at once. Try out these changes.
The problem is that it doesn't affect attack builds. Yeah, that's also another thing, right? Yeah. Do you think a prod as a visual lich survives patch notes? I mean, I think twisters are probably just going to get nerfed, so probably not. I mean, it probably survived in the sense that it'll still be usable, but will it be like nearly as strong? Probably not. The patch notes are on 13 hours, 6 minutes. I don't think they've ever confirmed the time, right? I mean, I know that usually they upload, in the past, they did upload it at 3 o'clock Pacific, but I don't know if it's like, I don't think they confirmed it, right? Why the heck does it do that to me? Why does it make me sign in? Yeah, so there's nothing in here that confirms it. Of course, people, you said Po2DB. I mean, Po2DB says that. I mean, I don't know. Given how Po2DB is uncannily accurate sometimes, maybe I feel like I'll probably try to trust Po2DB. I'll trust Po2DB. Like, somehow they predicted May 29th with no reason. It'll be like the teasers. Well, the teasers, they kind of have varying times too. It's usually between like 2 to 2:30 Pacific. Not PoTD versus Visa again. PoTD's got an inside man for sure. Yeah, I think PoTD has definitely got an insider. They've definitely got an insider. So if PoTD said it's coming out in 14 hours and 4 minutes, I'll believe them. I'll believe them. PoTD's definitely ran by Chris. And he adjusted the time since yesterday. Yeah, like I'll believe them. He probably got some insider information that we don't know. So let's just all expect that we'll probably get the patch notes around this time, in 14 hours and 3 minutes. So that's gonna be like 5 p.m. Pacific. That's gonna be where we're gonna expect this. It's a weird time. It is a weird time. Like, I'm not saying it's not a weird time, but because in the past it was always 3 p.m. Pacific, right? So, but this was at 5 p.m. Pacific. But again, well, I'm gonna trust Po2DB. I think they got an insider. What is spot on though? I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think it might be. Given Po2DB's track record at this point, I think they got an insider. I think they got an insider. It's midday New Zealand. I swear it said 10 p.m. yesterday for me. I think they changed it, somebody said, right? I think somebody said that they changed it since yesterday. Kelly equals Po2DB. My guess is they forgot to write down the patch notes and are doing it right now. Just like they said in the past, they've done a lot of things last minute. I mean, I'm sure they're working on the patch notes until the last minute. Monk Ascendancy Showcase when? I think it'll probably come next week. I think it'll probably come next week. I still think there is plenty, like, I think there is going to be teasers leading up to the launch. Maybe not as often, but I think there still will be, probably. I think there still will be. I'm copiuming that there still will be, and we'll get Monk teasers in the upcoming week. We need patch notes now! They patch notes? Yep. I'd say it's, well, right now it says 14 hours, right? That is our guesstimation for when the patch notes will come out. In 14 hours and 1 minute and 45 seconds. What are those emotes?
You got it set to M for mini, when it should be set to W for Wumbo.
Will I still be streaming in 14 hours? No. I will not be streaming in 14 hours. I will probably, so the thing is, right, by the time I get on stream, I'll probably have reviewed the patch notes and I will have had, like, some time to process it. I probably won't have, like, all the analysis done, right? But I'll at least have some of my, like, thoughts about it, like, that is not just, like, initial thoughts. That way I can come to you guys and talk about it in more of an intelligent manner. 4 racks? Why 4 racks? Do you think other Ascendancies get changes? I'm sure there'll be slight.
We can stop at 5 or 6 stores. Or just 1.
We have the notes all oiled up. I mean, I'll try to oil them up as much as I can, man. I'll try to oil them up as much as I can. I'll ask 11 all the notes before I get it to you guys. You know, that way it'll be very, very much like nice and well done. All right. I'll ask 11 all over it. If they don't touch Twisters, I'll buy you dinner. Did we finish the nerf bingo yet? Yeah. I mean, we ended up with, I'd say we went up with a pretty good list yesterday. In case any of you guys who weren't there yesterday, right? This is what we kind of spent our time doing last night. And this was our kind of balanced patch predictions, right? We had Trigger Skills, Comet, Leech, Blood Mage, Oracle, Mystical Rage playstyle, Time of Need, Vertex, skill levels, Twisters, Snipe, Infernal Legion, Holy Shatter, Robot. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? Well, we're thinking that this is what's going to get nerfed. So me, Rabbit, Prada came together and we pulled our predictions together. We pulled our ginormous craniums together, especially Prada's ginormous cranium, right? And came up with this list. And it's not necessarily saying that they're all going to get nerfed and all going to get buffed. And it's not necessarily saying these are the only things getting nerfed and the only things getting buffed, right? But these are the things that we think are likely to get touched in some way, shape, or form. Has there a seasonal gem that freezes ignited enemies? Any info on a seasonal gem, in other words? I don't think so. I think it's whatever they showed us on the thing. You can get Prada on the post-patch notes stream, please. I mean, I think post-patch notes we're having Lance on. We're having Lance on next week. This isn't biased at all? What do you mean? This is just what we're thinking. There's no bias going into it. It's just like what we think will get nerfed or buffed. It's not like what we want to get nerfed. It's not what we want to get buffed. It's what we think GGG will do. If we put ourselves in the mind of Mr. Mark, right? If we put our minds inside of Mark, into his head, what is he thinking about nerfing and buffing? And these are the things that we think are in his mind. You're under NDA, don't break it. I don't have it. I'm not under NDA. I have no information. I have no inside information. Visor, did I even play Mace Skills? Yes, I play Mace every single league. I do a hardcore soul self-found Mace runs every single league. See Mark with a longsword slashing 0.4 builds in half. I mean, this already happened. These two already happened. We already saw these two. We know that for now. That
I can
these
see
are
the Statue
definitely
of Liberty
bumped.
from here.
And I mean, they kind of confirmed it on the streams too, right? But these two already happened. We have that. What are your thoughts on Facebreaker?
5 or 6 stores.
I mean, I made a video about it if you want to go to my YouTube, but I think it's really good for Hollow Palm. For Mace skills, I don't think it's gonna be as good. But Palsteron thinks otherwise. He thinks for Mace skills it's gonna be good, but he thinks for Hollow Palm it's gonna not be great. They give you absolutely the point rewards. They use this shit on Twister's Heart, especially and like flub guns, and they're not now calling for
You got it
nerfs.
set to M for mini, when it should be set to W for
Run is over. Are we gonna watch a GG video now? We already watched it. We already went over it. I mean, honestly, there wasn't all that much to go over. We kind of like there was only a couple things, right? And we kind of went over all of it already together. Again, overall thoughts. Gemling, I think is like potentially like huge buff, right? It's just like this node itself. This node itself has so much potential to just make the class really, really strong. So huge W here. This node right here is what is it? The stupid little gem armor shit. Potentially not that great. Has potential, but on the surface, looking like it's gonna be kind of mid. Chronomancer, huge W on the mitigation side of things, phase 4. So, but kind of the other stuff is kind of meh, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's nice. Yeah, it's nice. It's a nice QOL. It's nice that you don't have to take the other side anymore. Do they swap time snap and time freeze? Yeah, they're not going to do that. Time freeze is so powerful, they're not going to make it a 2.2 node. Gemling might bring back to 0.2 flicker. Yeah, there's a huge chance. There's a chance. I don't know about a huge chance, but there's certainly a chance. Isn't that node like 30% or even more HP if you played maces? Yes, but it just depends on like how you lose stuff, right? Because like we were watching the gameplay and like you could lose the shit real quick. Like look at this, right?
Every shot.
Look at how fast this dude just lost all his
rounds
ward.
in your magazine.
Granted, this guy was playing Fireflower, so he was also hurting himself. But like the moment you get hit by a dot, it looks like all of your shit just disappears. Like look at that. That was so much moat just gone instantly. So, like, I don't know if you're ever going to be allowed to stack all that much. And I mentioned earlier that there might be a world where evasion, you can get evasion and, like, do an evasion strength build and then be able to stack life that way. Zero 0.5 patch are already up? No. I think if Defensive Node is going to break things if built right. If you could stack 30 deck skills, well, you can't stack 30 deck skills. You could only stack 18, right? It'll be 150 armor, 150 evasion, a Viper Cap, grab to your nodes. Yeah, you can't stack 30. I think you only have 18 skill slots, and then you get +2 from sockets if you're playing unset rings. Is 0.5 Standard League going to have the recoup changes? Yes. The Standard League itself, the only thing that's going to be missing is the league mechanic and any new items. Skill tree is going to be the same. Any new items, I think any new skills, I think. And any the new league mechanic. Though I don't know actually. I feel like it would be so hard to get the like how is that going to work? Maybe they won't get the reworks in standard for the new league mechanics. Cuz like I can't imagine not having runes of Aldur but also having the expedition rework. So I feel like in that logic, standard might not get the new leagues. Or they might not get the new league reworks. But then how would that work with the Atlas tree? I don't know. We'll have to see. Standard's a little bit of a toss-up for me right now. It might be like Po 1 where you had old and new breach at the same time. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But the thing is, Po 1 also didn't get to rework the Atlas. That's the part where I'm just like, I don't know if they can get the new Atlas and also not get the reworked league stuff. So it's like, maybe Standard just doesn't have anything. It doesn't have the new Atlas. It doesn't have the reworked league mechanics. Like, that would be so shitty. I'm overflowing with knowledge to slow down. Can I send a game link for stall here? What do you mean by game link? I mean, you can send it, but I don't know what you mean by game link. Oh, like a link to a game. Oh, it sounds like one of those friend slop games. I mean, friend slop is like just like a general term. It might not be bad, but it's just like one of those type of games. You think I have friends to play with, sir? You think I have friends to play games with? Like, I don't mean it in like a derogatory way. I just don't know what else to call it. Yo, what's up, Fearless? Best one in the best of the genre. Interesting. An exploration game. Play Reanimal with my friend. Scary as shit. Friends? What's that? Yeah, exactly. All right, but yeah, it looks like we'll have to see what ends up happening here, but for sure Gemling is gonna have some crazy shit happening. There's no way Gemling doesn't have something crazy going on with it. Like, I feel like, well, I mean, I guess I say that, but like Witch Hunters, I also said that. I was like, there's no way they don't come out with something broken with like the weapon swap and like the bajillion weapon swap skill points. And nothing really broken came out of that. So like maybe they're like very what is it called? Reserved when coming out with these effects? Who knows? I'm surprised if Zerfie's Infinity doesn't make it to the nerf tree. I agree, actually. Like, Zerfie's Infamy definitely would get nerfed. In the sense that I think it's currently a bug that Zerfie's Infamy can be linked to something like Hammer of the Gods, right? Infamy? Or infamy? How do I fucking spell it? Zerfie's Infamy. Infamy. Okay, I was on the right track. Forgot about Saga Unique Effects. Those are gonna be a big. Cocked on and nurse. You know what's right here? Trigger skills. Trigger skills, brother. What are your favorite thematic classes you wish had the more love? I mean, when it comes to themes, it's hard to say because I just don't really care too much about the ascendancies. To be honest, I care about skills more than I care about ascendancies. But I guess, like, to me, I still think Varasha is, like, one of the coolest ascendancies out there. I think Varasha or, like, maybe Chayula. I feel like a connection with Chayula. I don't know why. Maybe Chayula is, like, a representation of me my whole life. Just, you know, lots of investment poured into it to, like, you know, keep reworking it, keep trying to make it better, but it still ends up, like, not being that... I feel a connection with you. Does the Diala's Desire work with Gemling? I mean, it works with Gemling, yeah. I saw somebody say that Diala's Desire got nerfed. Because, what is it? Diala's Desire, it's 5% quality from support right now, and Diala's is like, what, 10? Right? Yeah, 10. Are conks good like in PoE1? No. Conks are currently not great. Oh yeah, the other thing. What is it called? Somebody mentioned... Oh, right here, right? This is going to be interesting. So I wonder if this actually ends up going through. The weapon set, 25 points. Like, I wonder if this was like a internal version, kind of like, you know, how like Act 5, they had that shit, and it's not going to come out. Or if it's like, when they come out with Act 5, Act 6, they will add another weapon set point. I'm just not sure. Because, like, you could be like, oh, they're going to add it when they add Act 5, Act 6, because those acts are missing. But technically, we get stuff in Interlude, right? We get the skill points in Interlude. So this would have to be like a straight up just like them thinking like, oh, I think we need more weapon set points. Yeah, exactly. We already get weapon set points in Interlude. So it's like, it's not just because like, oh, we're missing these acts. No, because like we actually get them in Interludes. So this has to just be a straight up like, hey, maybe 24 isn't enough. Maybe we're going to give you 25 now. What is this piece of trash pageantry? That last point did the trick. Blade, just watch out, man. This build is going to be meta. This build is going to be meta. Just watch out, man. I only play hardcore. The 30% damage reduction is going to be insane. Well, I was saying, Rafts, earlier that you better be careful. Because you take that 30%, you don't notice it. You get hit by a couple dots. You get hit by a couple hits. Your health dips down to a point where you're not dead yet. But then the 4 seconds pass, and you get hit with a delayed damage, and you don't remember it. You don't realize it. You didn't register in your head. You're going to be about to get it, like a kind of like a little bit of a nuke. And you just get deleted from the game. That could definitely fucking happen. So I feel like it's actually worse for hardcore than softcore. Because in hardcore, you could actually just get deleted out of nowhere. If you add phase form with heavy buffer passive, oh, I wonder. I wonder if you add phase form with heavy buffer and you're playing a hybrid, if it just hits your life and you just die. The 30% is a trap? I don't think it's a trap. I think the 30% is so good. It's actually like really good. But it's just that this little negative part that you need to be careful about, because you can just like randomly get deleted if you do that. Isn't the echo and recast node interesting? I mean, yeah, I mean, yes, but I don't like it because I don't like how random it is. I don't know, for me, it was like recoup. The 30% it will come later. I never forget about it. I mean, you say that now, but it like mental stack is a thing, right? Mental stack is a thing where you might be in like a situation where you're like, you got a lot of shit coming at you and you just forget about it. It definitely happens. Like you might be put in that situation. I'm not saying it will happen, but there will be people put in that situation. There will be people put in that situation, and it will happen. You're playing a regen build or recoup build is how you die? Yeah, I mean, for a specific build like that, but not everybody playing Chrono's gonna play recoup. Especially now that Chrono gets no inherent advantages from recoup, right? Especially now that Chrono gets no inherent damage. The thing is, right, also, you gotta think about it this way for recoup builds. What is it called? At Ziri's Disdain? This is... It's not as strong, but it's free. If you play Lich. If you play Lich, this is just free. And that also helps with recoup too. For me, I think Lich is a better what is it called? Recoup character. Because you don't have to build mana recoup. When you're playing Chrono, you gotta play mana recoup. But for Lich, you don't gotta play mana recoup. Here's a Shinigami. 30% reduction is a real thing for me. Jesse gives you more time to react. I mean, yeah, it's good. I'm not saying it's not good, right? But I know there will be people out there that are gonna die from it. There will be people that will die from it, whether they're playing softcore or hardcore. How would you react to Passion if gear had no more plus levels to skills? I mean, I get good riddance, I guess. Good riddance. Will it count as a hit? I'm not sure. I mean, I think it does, because if you look at the animation for it, right? Do you see that right there? So you see that? It hits you, right? You see the little animation for the hit right there, and then right there. So it should be a hit. Does it count as an enemy hitting you though? I don't know. That's hard to say. All I want is rarity to go away. I don't think they're gonna nerf it. They're not gonna change it this patch, at least based off of the Q&A. Now, since the Q&A happened, right? It has been basically, it's going to be a month, right? Almost since the Q&A and the 1.0 release. So there is definitely a chance that maybe at that point they said that they don't know what to do with rarity, but then now they've figured out what to do with rarity and are implementing it. That's always a possibility. They said that they didn't know what to do with it at that time, but maybe at now they do. Who knows? They'll double down and nerf ES and Varashta. And I that is one thing that we didn't talk about last night that I think I should have talked about. Like I said, there were things on here that I think I should have talked about that I didn't talk about. And one of those is Varashta. Because Varashta is not OP in softcore. But in hardcore, Varashta is absolutely busted. Like, Varashta is so strong in hardcore. What makes it strong? You get uber defensives. It's uber tanky with not much investment. Varashta's a monster if you don't want to die. It's true, yeah. So it's like, I don't know. Because, like, in general, they don't really... I don't think they really care about hardcore. In the sense, like, I don't think they balance around hardcore. Unless something is, like, crazy egregious, I don't know. And I don't know if Varashta enters that territory. Gotta admit it helps against heavy hits. What? The recoup? The chrono thing? Oh yeah, 100%. It's very good. It's a very good node. Very good node. Very good. Very, very good. Probably the best node in this entire on this entire tree. Probably the best defensive node in the game. Low life tech still exists. What do you mean by that? Like, where did that come from? Better than Sorcery Ward? Probably. Because Sorcery Lord doesn't protect against, like, dots or anything like that. So you can still kind of just get popped by that. Sorcery Ward is pretty dang strong, though. Yeah, it's definitely pretty dang strong. It's hard to say at that point. It's really hard to say. What is your take on the fact they said during the Q&A they all did almost no balance change and then corrected a sub? I don't remember what the actual phrasing was. I know that they said it was going to be a balanced light patch, but I don't remember what the actual phrase was. Let's go to Ziggy D, right? Ziggy DD. Let's see here. Maybe this part?
Just because we want to be able to, we still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do, you know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset.
On a little bit more polish in the lead-up to
absolutely.
ExileCon as well.
So yeah, I mean, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done, and that's really just because we want to be able to. We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, and so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. You know, in order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset.
That's not the part. How do you get the transcript? You just open this up. It says transcript right here. You just open the description up. You go down and it says show transcript. Let's see here. Let's ask the clanker, right? Let's ask the clanker. In this interview, I believe they talk about how this update won't have all that many balance changes. Can you help me find where that is? Section in the middle, is this gonna be kind of like mega content craziness? We still don't want to do mid-league nerfs, all balance changes. We didn't do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we just usually want to do here. I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up that the patch already had. Fix up.
Like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do and new classes, and it was like, new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were, so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here. But as you,
I mean, I don't think they ever said that there's going to be no balance changes, right? I don't think that even the Clanker didn't say anything like that, right? Maybe the Clanker missed it. But from what I hear there, it's like, yeah, it's going to be less balance since than usual. And like off their list of things that they really wanted to balance it, they balanced less. But I don't think it's going to be a balanced less patch. It's definitely not going to be, it's just going to be hitting the most egregious stuff. Again, I think out of all these, right? I think what's going to happen is, in reality, like these are all things that are possible to balance, but if it comes down to brass tacks of like what I think will get balanced for sure, I think we're taking that. They said they're going to do this. I think they're probably going to do this, maybe this. And that is like, and they've confirmed this as well, right? So that's like, and maybe this. So that's what I'd say is like for sure going in. At the minimum, that's what's going to happen, in my opinion. Oh yeah, oil grenade too. Oil grenade. Yep. That at the minimum is what's going to get fixed. Pounds nerve? I don't know. Maybe for 0.5.1 or something like that. I mean, I still think they're going to do something like... I mean, indirect nerf because of leech, technically, but... I think they might do like this. If anything. But I think at the very minimum, they're going to do this. I wish the buff Kongs was favorite playstyle. I agree. I love Kongs. I love Kongs. I think they said ES recharge and tree will be nerfed. Yes. Let him nerf things to the ground. A forest of new stuff will regrow. Now that is a very unpopular take. I mean, I agree with it to an extent, because I do think that they need to nerf things. Like, there's a lot of people in this game and that are like, never nerf anything, which you just can't do. You have to nerf things. You can't not nerf things. I don't know about nerfing everything to the ground, but you definitely need to nerf a lot of things. Like, or they definitely need to nerf things. What's the difference in colors? Aesthetics. I miss the old combat frenzy. So do I. But you need to buff things that are garbage. Oh yeah, it's both. You nerf the bottom end, you buff the bottom end, you nerf the top end, right? That is what you do. Nerf the bottom end, buff the top. Buff the top end, nerf. Nerf the top end, buff the bottom end. Sorry, the casting, it took a lot out of me, guys. The casting today took a lot out of me. Nerf the buff top, the bottom end. Yes, exactly. I like the idea of nerf apocalypses and then they build them up slowly over time. Nerf the end and top the bottom, exactly. Do you need to hire racks to TLDR the patch notes? I mean, I feel like Rax probably makes more money doing that than like doing what he's doing than anything GG would be willing to pay for him to do. Warriors nerf again? No, definitely not. What the heck? Now, Mage Blood, though. I mean, I still don't know exactly what Mage Blood is going to do, but I have my guesses, right? I have my guesses. I mean, I think we all agree that Mage Blood is probably going to work with charms. We all think Mage Blood is going to be like a charm thing, and Mage Blood is probably going to... I think there's a potential that Mage Blood, because they've said in the past that there's supposed to be like 5 or 6 charms maximum at some point. So I think Mage Blood might increase the charm limit and then also like do something with charms, like always being active or something like that. They're going to keep the spirit of the item. But they also said that Mage Blood is going to be insane, basically. They basically implied it's going to be insane. So like maybe, and the other thing, right? I'm predicting that they are going to be adding in new charms. New base charms, like not like unique charms, but charms like the Thawing Charm, charms like the Silver Charm, right? Those base level charms, I think they're going to be adding in new ones. Do you think Major will work with non-magic charms? I feel like it probably would be too insane / like expensive to make it work with unique charms. Three charms being active all times sounds OP as hell, but one being permanent active, 800 plus div item sounds a bit more reasonable. Right now, charms are pretty underwhelming, though. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that I think they're going to add more charms and add more base charms. Because right now, essentially, the charms are just, like, very boring. It's like, oh, you get more resistance. You get, you don't get slowed. You don't get frozen. It's kind of boring, right? It doesn't really do anything. Like, it's not to a point, like, even if I had, like, a 6 charms active at all times right now, I don't think it would be that crazy. I don't think it'll be that busted. Power Charm 6 Flicker Build Blood Mage. Well, they add Joe Nathan Screeching Anal Charm. What the fuck? Because, like, we look at the charms, right? Let's look at the charms. There's nothing that crazy for the normal charms, right? Like I said, Thawing Charm, you get immunity to freeze. Staunching Charm, immunity to bleeding. This stuff, like, it's all QOL-ish, but it's not, like, great QOL, right? All that stuff. And then after that, it's just resistances. Now, Gold Charm is like, all right, cool. That's good. That's pretty good. But, like, still kind of boring. Like, I wouldn't be like, wow, I'd use this over a Headhunter. Like, it's a way more fun and insane and broken compared to Headhunter. Like, sure, And also, they're thinking about getting rid of, like... Well, actually, I don't know. Even if they get rid of Rarity and Gear, I feel like Gold Charms might still exist. So I feel like Gold Charms are probably here to stay. If it works on Unique Charms, we're popping off. It would be very hard for it to work on Unique Charms. Because Unique Charms do some stuff. Like, they'd have to change up how Unique Charms work for it to work on Unique Charms, right? Because imagine you always just get Frenzy Charges. Just like always just get this active, right? And ready. What if it's like this one? Recover life equal to 15 to 20% of your mana flask recovery and your life flask, right? Always, every single second you get this. That would be insane. They would have to change up how the charms work in order for that to actually happen if you wanted the unique charms. Yo, up, guy, how's it going? Do we know when the patch notes actually come out? Well, Po2DB has this. And I have a very strong feeling Po2DB has a goddamn insider, all right? I think Po2DB, he's got a connection to some mole out there that is feeding him information through a goddamn, like, one of those cups with, like, the little strings attached to them, right? He just, like, has that shit just linked up to the GG headquarters or something. Just like, hey, when's the patch notes? And he, like, puts it in his fucking ear. And it's like, it's coming out in 14 hours. And then, like, yeah, exactly. Kelly DB, he's just that good. Dude, there's no way he's that good, all right? This whole fucking debacle about the delay, there's no way he would have known the specifics of this, like, if he didn't have a fucking insider, all right? He put that shit on, like, what, June 10th? And he changed it June 5th? Then he put it on May 29th? And he did not explain any reason why he made those changes. He is, like, he kept the same reasoning that he had before. He's the G in the GGG. He's got to have dirt on somebody before, for sure. I don't know, man. Maybe he's like, you know, maybe he's got Joe Nathan on speed dial. I mean, I always say I got Joe Nathan on speed dial, but I mean, I'm just joking about that. Maybe that dude actually has Joe Nathan on speed dial. I mean, at that point, I'm also really jealous, you know? I'm also really jealous. I just saw this tweet. Look at this tweet. This is pretty funny. Hold up. Profile. This tweet right here. Mage Fist. Please, GGG. Please, GGG. And I need to move my camera. 20% chance to not remove charges on use additional effects from quality. Please, GGG. Please. I agree. Please, GGG. Bring that to us. Let us have this. Po2DB pull out GG when? Because at this point, all our depth information is from Po2DB. The Comrade Nation praise. All right, I didn't read the tweets from our tweet replies from our thing today. So let's go read the replies, right? I wrote out, the Gemling changes quality look absolutely insanely powerful, essentially given every single skill an extra socket. As long as these new quality effects are good, Gemling might be crazy strong. Chronomancer, though, I feel like GG doesn't quite know what to do with the class. Again, that's more of my comment about, like, all the, they keep adding these, like, temporary buffs, like the stuff that doesn't give you stuff permanent, the inconsistent stuff, right? I think it's weird that the time control class can only slow stuff down. Why can't we speed it up? True. I mean, Chronomancer should be like DJ of time, controlling the tempo of combat. I feel like the fantasy is not as intelligent as it could be. Well, I mean, they kind of have that with, like, the increased attack speed, like the increased cast speed, right? But still, that's just, like, not really... I wouldn't say that's, like, increased, like, making time go faster. But yeah, I do agree that they need to do more on the increased rather than the decreased, which I think they're just afraid of it, honestly. They're probably afraid. Like, just let me make shit faster, you know? Let me make shit faster. Why would you want to speed up time? To make yourself move faster, obviously. Like, imagine if Chronomancer had a thing that, like, increased their time so it could, like, increase action speed, for example, right? Kind of like reverse chill. right? Reverse chill increases action speed. It literally makes everything faster, right? Imagine you do that and like just be like, yeah, I'm speeding up time. That's why everything I do is faster. That could be really cool, right? That could be cool. He said they reached out to some content creator to make builds for the patch, and some people have access to the patch notes. I don't know. I didn't hear about that. Where do you see that? Chronomancer is the only class to get access to reverse chill. I don't know that one. I was really your clickbaity videos and I haven't played Chronomancer and you don't know how the class works while commenting that people dedicating resources at the time are working instead of the class. Play another Twister campaign and make react con. This guy's really salty. That's really salty. I usually learn how to gain ward per socket as support gem works. Is that a support gem? I don't even know. I was thinking Chronomancer receive changes involving skill speed, cooldown, reduction, increase in slows. Maybe that would be too overpowered, but that's why we're avoiding it. I think that's really similar to what this person is saying, right? Being able to just like adjust stuff like faster and slower. I think they need to do more of that. Yours, Mr. DeRoja. How's it going? How's it going? Good. We're going over some of the stuff from today, and we started the stream off with some big casting. You know what would be a good change? The Apex, the moment slow aura uncaps your slow. It'll be so hard because like right now you can get slow aura to slow things down to 99%. And if you can get it up to 100%, I feel like that would just be breaking the game. The video yesterday made him change my league star. Are you thinking about Gemling? Gemling might be my start. Ooh. Maybe Chrono Taker more involved. What do you mean? They don't know how to make their Chrono stations. Is it what? Fourth Chronomancer change now? We'll see how this goes, I guess. Chronomancer for hardcore looks insane. Again, my comment on the hardcore thing is I think there would definitely be people who die because of that change. There are definitely going to be people who are going to inadvertently like not know or not remember about the extra damage we're taking afterwards and just get hit and die. Do we know when patch notes drops? We don't know for sure. No. There's a support chair that gives 5% quality of read Gemling steals. They don't have Dialysis Desire. They do. The Dialysis Desire was in it. That's Dialysis Desire right there. And that's the 5%. So Dialysis got nerfed. Even with ward, I mean, it depends on how high you can scale ward. That's what it comes down to. Did they say 21st or around May 21st? It said 21st. You go to the FAQ, right? If you go to pathofexile.com, you go to the forums, you go to the announcements, and then you look at the FAQ right here. It says right here, 21st PDT. Doesn't say exactly when, but it says 21st PDT. Do you think they'll release all the changes, including Ascendancy in the patch notes, or they'll juice it through the week? They will not release every single thing, right? I think they, like, for example, probably new uniques. They probably won't release all of them there. They probably won't release maybe like new Ascendancy stuff, like potentially it won't release there, but they'll release all the balance changes. They'll release all the balance changes. Actually, I mean, I say that, but they always have like stealth buffs and nerfs as well that they don't mention. So it's like they'll probably release as much. It's mostly going to be balance changes, is what it is. Do you think 1.0 release a bunch of support packs like the early access one? I'm sure. I'm sure. Martial arts showcase the day before just the edge people? I don't know. We'll see. I do still think that martial artist showcase is a possibility to come. Like, some people are feeling like, oh, they didn't release a showcase, it's definitely not coming. I think there's still a chance. Because, like, in reality, after the patch notes release, I think there's still a lot of value off of the showcase. You can, like, see what builds people, like, what they give, like, build ideas, and they talk about the nodes themselves and, like, how they designed it and, like, what they intended for it to do, right? So I think there's still a lot of value having the showcase even after the patch. Or the patch notes. No, the patch notes are today? Yeah, they are. They are today. As you can see on my clock, it is 5:21. And the patch notes are on 5:21. I hope they don't touch Adziri's Impatience. Well, Adziri's Impatience is bugged, right? Adziri's Impatience is currently bugged. Because you're supposed to lose 25 maximum life, mana, and energy shield when you use supported skills, but if you're using on Blink, it doesn't remove that, right? So it's currently bugged. So they will probably fix the bug. Showcase is far more value for the average Andy, 100%. Gemling might be your league start. Merc was already high in. The thing is, like, with Merc, as I mentioned earlier, I think there's just, like, there's a lot of potential with this. And there will definitely be something crazy coming out of this, I feel. But it's about, like, finding out what the crazy thing is and how expensive it'll be. So that's why for me, I think this is this has a lot of potential to do a lot of cool things, but I'm not willing to league start it because, like, it could just turn out like the only skills that are good from the additional quality are skills that I don't like. Like, the additional quality is like, oh yeah, fire, like, I don't know, like maybe it's like Comet gets something really cool, or like Spark gets something really cool, right? And I just have no care to play Spark or Comet. But that's just me. I'm sure a lot of you guys will probably enjoy it and have a lot of fun with it. But for me, I don't want to risk that. Yes, buff Comet. You don't actually use Blink the skill. Blink is a skill that active effect always changes. Well, I mean, like, I think it is a bug in the sense that, like, either A, it should cost whenever you spacebar, or B, you just shouldn't be able to use this on Blink. I don't think it was designed in a way to where you could just completely ignore this first line. I don't think that was their intention. I thought they aren't a conditional quality. I don't want Spark to be 25% chance for my projectiles. I'd rather just have 25% projectile speed, for example. Yeah. I don't think it would be that case for everything. Like, there probably is, like, more of this for spells. Because for spells, this is basically wild shards, right? This is just wild shards. And this only works for spells. I don't see them not nerfing a bit if they nerf something like Dialas. You absolutely love that gem on your sword. Have they mentioned anything about running a failed map with tablets? No, they haven't. I mean, they have nothing. They have been, like, radio silent in general about tablets. Like, we know nothing about tablets. Like, are they staying the same? Are they going to be different? Like, the only thing we know is that we will have temple tablets That is the only thing that they've really showed about tablets. There has been zero other information about it. Even any chance the deepest tower comes back? I mean, there's always a chance. Is it gonna happen? Nobody knows. But like, yeah, there's always a chance, but nobody knows for sure. What time of patch was released later? We don't know. We don't know. And the expedition's video maps is required tier 16 and higher. It was a typo. They already confirmed that was a typo. It's tier 16 is confirmed to the max. Ancient Cry with Twisters is kind of broken. Probably in case tabs are all staying the same, but the waystones changed to those tier ones. I will see. We'll see. Yosemir. They show Uncrud T60 in 0.4 reveal. I mean, but that never got added if that was the case, though, right?
Let us see if he answers.
Do you think about the new bow with block and increased fast physics according to chance? I think Cal Torak has been working hard on that build. We've seen 3 different versions of Waystone teasers. One's called White, Yellow, Red, Ancient, Pristine. Third teaser at T16 said they can't make up their mind. Are we doing the pod? Yeah, pod is happening in 7 hours. Podcast with Pox at 11 a.m. Pacific. What are the Wixpo trash tier? It's just hard to say with any of the weapons because we don't know how plus levels work. A lot of the weapons, like none of the new weapons have plus levels. And that automatically makes them way worse than a lot, like already way worse than a lot of other options, right? So if depends on how badly they nerf the plus levels. If they nerf it enough, then those uniques have a lot more viability. But if they don't nerf it much, then those uniques are worse. Like, not as good. I have the most scuffed sleep schedule. Oh, my schedule was fucked. My schedule was fucked as hell. The thing is, like, I wake up like there's such a huge range of time that I wake up at. Though I sleep at the same time every single day, mostly.
The miller has seen better days.
I want to use the new ones even though they're worse? Yeah, of course. They're really cool. And I hope they end up being really good. Because it would be a shame for them to just, like, be garbage. You can use monkey image of the spear skills? Yeah, any melee martial weapon skill. Oh my god, that shit does so much damage. I sleep 5 hours.
My training continues.
If they heavily nerf plus levels, wouldn't overall power be a lot weaker than previous leagues? Doesn't that feel worse? Well, I mean, I'd hope that they account for something like that, right? I would hope that they account for it and, like, buff other things. Or change other things. I think pounds can genuinely be good with hollow form. You're weird, you don't know? I mean, I used to sleep 5 hours every single day. Like, back in the day when I worked at the office, Like back in the day when I worked a corporate job, I probably slept around 5 hours every day. These days I do more like 6 to 7, I'd say, is what I do. I'm just practicing monk leveling. Nothing special. Wait, did I not talk to Renly? I think I didn't talk to Renly like an idiot. Miso slept around? Hell no. You think I have that ability? You think there are any girls out there who are looking for me? You have the ability to attract females? That is a very, very bold assumption.
Channel your violence against this devourer, as Finn.
That's a very bold assumption.
The discipline of the forge has taught him strength.
What about with men? I mean, I've said it before. I've had more guys ask me out than
This
girls.
relic hums with power long. One light stirs. There must be more.
That's an accomplishment? That's so sad. Dudes ask you out on chat every day. I mean, not even including Twitch. Not even including Twitch. Not even including Twitch, I've had more guys ask me out than girls. I hope they buff Tornado. I agree, I like Tornado. I think it's a really cool skill. I wanted to make a Tornado build, but it seemed not great last league. It's got a really cool concept. I think Tornado is such a cool concept that, like, it's such a shame that it's, like, not very good. Hey man, got any weed? Why are you asking for weed, sir? Are you referencing that one guy that I saw at the bar that time? Dudes ask you out because they see your values. Girls can't appreciate your qualities. I mean, that's a very nice way of saying I'm just unattractive to girls. I'm just unattractive. What do you use? Whirling slash monk? Use Monk Illusion to proc them? Do they make 3x twisters? No. I don't, because Whirling slash gets consumed when you throw out the twisters. So the first monk, the first illusion that, you know, consumes it probably would, you know, the first illusion that you use would probably consume it. Do you think they quicken the charge time of plasma shot or seismic slam? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Girlfriends are overrated. They are so much of a headache. I mean, I'd say some of them are worth the headache. I'd say some of them are worth the headache. You know, and those are the ones that you end up staying with for a long time. There are some that are not worth the headache, and there are some that are. And they smell also.
I won't begin.
There's a extremely low chance of them adding more supports. I'd say it's I mean, I think there's gonna be supports. They've showed a couple supports in there already. So I doubt those are the only supports they're adding in. Dude, Killing Palm fucking sucks ass. You see how many times I've thrown out the Killing Palm right there and didn't kill the enemy? They need to fix that shit, bro. Money is overrated, Jeff Bezos. Gilmon's dodging 0.1, yep. I hope they fix at some point. I don't know if they will. I hope they will, though. I hope they do. Married for 10 years, 0 headaches. You gotta find the right one. I mean, there's multiple ways to look at that, right? I think there's a way to look at it like, yeah, sure, maybe you did find the right one. You know, it might be true. But there's also something to say, maybe it's like, maybe you're the type of person that just, you know, is okay with some of the headaches. Like, they might give other people headaches and not you. That makes sense. There's many situations there. Many scenarios. Okay. I think we skip Ariadne and then we go back to her, maybe?
Generations of senseless conflict. And for what?
You can cast without a wand? Yeah, no idea. Yeah, in general, spells don't require you to use a wand or a staff. Spells in general are agnostic of weapon. Isn't the Poet Pinnacle drop? I have no clue. I don't. They probably mentioned it, but I don't remember. When do patch notes usually release? I mean, in the past, they typically release around 3 p.m. Pacific. But it's hard to say because they always do it after a live stream. So the actual timing this time might be different. I can't sleep. I'm so excited.
The old ways still hold some power. Savor the feeling, but keep moving forward.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. Am I weird? I'm excited, but like, I mean, maybe it's a little bit different, I guess. As a content creator, it's kind of stressful. Because it means that I have to, like, you know, give, like, I have to, like, super deep analyze it and make, like, you know, some content in it. And then, like, it's kind of, like, also time sensitive, too. So it's like there's gonna be a lot of work for me. It's not a bad thing, right? I like the work, but it's just, you know, it's kind of stressful because it is a lot of work. And like I expect the patch notes to be huge, so there's gonna be a lot of information I have to parse through in like a short period of time. Give you like me an info dump for you? Definitely a content creator problem. Oh yeah, 100%. It's a content creator thing. It's definitely not. It's you guys would not have the same problem. But like as a content creator, it's you know, I'm excited for it, right? But I'm also like, you know, it's also a little bit stressful. It's not a bad problem to have. It's not like I'm not like, oh my god, this is the worst thing in the world. But you know, there is a level of stress there that, you know, it does exist that I don't normally have. And it's weird because I feel like this patch specifically, there's like more stress than normal because there's just so much anticipation for it, if that makes sense. Like there's so much like, I really hope it's really good type of stuff going on for this patch. What's going on? Patch notes or something? Yeah, patch notes. People like Radius, New King, Jung every day, he's stressing over build ideas. Just you watch. How will they balance this so there's no hyperinflation in currency? I don't know. I mean, they're definitely... I would hope that it's not at the level of this league, at least, right? Because at the level of this league, that would be bad. But there is still a chance that something might go crazy. Especially because they're literally, like, rebalancing all the endgame mechanics. Like, there is definitely a chance that something really busted comes out. Now, the nice thing, though, is that last league, one of the reasons why it got so bad was because they had Christmas, right? They had winter holiday. So, like, they couldn't fix the problems before it, like, became a real issue. But this league, it's not during that time. So if there are any big problems that arise, they can just quickly react to it. So that is a thing that we have as an advantage for this patch versus the last patch. I'm super curious how they're going to solve for Cock being destroyed. I mean, I personally think, and this is what I said yesterday, a really easy way to fix it would just to make it so Cock can no longer leech. Like, the spells that are connected to Cock can no longer leech. And that would instantly destroy most egregious Cock builds. Now, I don't think it would be the most fun fix, right? I think that would be kind of annoying. But I also think that that would be definitely something that would make the Cock attack builds really just nerfed like crazy. Like, it would definitely not exist anymore. And, like, it would still be good for, like, utility skills, right? If for, like, utility Cock, it would still work. But for non-utility, for like damage DPS Cocks, right? That would cripple them massively.
Sleep now, then dream no longer.
Jungle Warrior with 6 Cocks leeching life. Maybe it's the leaf jerk will nerf it? I mean, maybe. There's a chance. I mean, it's kind of along the same idea, right? That I was saying. If they nerf leech enough, then it would probably also get impacted heavily. But I also don't know if nerfing leech to that point would be healthy for the rest of the game.
Till next time. How is the... What would you like?
Would it be interesting if along the patches, Facebreaker Unique was also updated to say use any one-handed melee skills?
Go well.
I mean, it would be cool. Might be really broken, though. Would be cool. I agree. Don't nerf my ES leech gloves.
Here.
I think we should be able to use shield with hollow palm. I mean, I agree with that. I do agree with that. And I wish that was the case, but it's not. I mean, I personally feel that, what is it called? Like, a lot of the unarmed stuff, it doesn't make sense that you have to be, like, you can punch with a fucking shield in one hand, you know what I mean? You can definitely do that. Maybe you want to be using both hands. Like, maybe it would be like a reduced attack speed or something like that if you have a shield while playing Hollow Palm or something. That could also be a thing, but yeah. Because like at that point you'd be like punching with one hand and not both hands. First season playing Gemling Legionnaire. Double shields. I am really struggling in campaign. Where are you in the campaign? And what are you struggling with?
Foul creature.
Ooh, that kind of hurt. Lightning arrow, your DPS is rough. I'm assuming you're using lightning arrow, lightning rod, right? I mean, are you following a build or are you just kind of raw dogging it? I play Jin build again, but I didn't see enough to make me want to try it. The fob gun build? I see. I mean, if you're using a build guide, then your tree is probably fine. My guess is probably just like you need better weapons. And like also, if you, something you need to know is that for attack builds, you should really try to make sure you get flat attack on your rings and your gloves. That helps out a lot. It's like flat fire, flat lightning, flat fizz, things like that. That'll go a long way with your the damage that you're dealing in the campaign. Yours unlucky? Well, I mean, you can do things like Gamba on like the Gamba Merchant and things like that too. Throw transmutes Augs onto your items. Make sure you're rolling things as often as possible. Bows are really shitty right now. I mean, the thing is, like, bows are what is it called? They are a item dependent build. If you don't have good gear, you're going to be doing really bad damage. So that is the tough part, right? So that's why, like, unfortunately, if you had asked me, like, hey, I'm a new player, what build should I play, right? I probably would have directed you to something else, but of course, you know, it's play what you like. But if you did come and ask me, like, hey, I'm a new player, what build should I play? I would have definitely told you something else. Bows, in general, I'd say are, unfortunately, a little bit tough for newer players because they do require some knowledge to make it do, like, consistently well. What build is better for the first campaign run? I'd say, like, one of the most friendly builds for campaign is either Essence Drain, Contagion, Witch, and then you would go into Lich. Or you could play something like Plant Druid. That's also really good for a new player. I'd say both of those are probably like the most new player friendly builds out there. If you want to play, you know, an attacking character and not like a spellcaster, You could also play like any of the transform classes, the druids, and then also like shield wall warrior is not bad either for a new player. But I'd say like if you want to play attacking build, the most straightforward ones are probably like some sort of transform druid, and then if you want to play spellcaster, either like a Essence Drain Contagion Lich or like what is it called? Transform Druid.
And a third.
Ladro looks like a nerf. I won't hop on it. Well, he's talking about now. He said he's struggling in the campaign now. So I'm just talking about now. And I don't think he's getting nerfed, honestly. But yeah, he's talking about now. Is there any like tanky witch builds? Yeah, I mean Lich in general is a fairly tanky character. Sadly, that link didn't work, sir. That imager did not work. Keeping build videos that you did this league? Oh, like the build highlights? Yeah, 100%. I will. They're a good bit of work, but it seems like people really like them, so I'll definitely continue making them. Oh my goodness, I just got bonanza, bazonged. Is this a mod to Lost Ark? This is the better Lost Ark. What's up, Dickle? Is it a monk? He looks cool. Yeah, this is a monk. But I definitely wouldn't recommend Monk League start for a new player. It's not very comfortable to play at the beginning of the game. Like I was making this joke the other day. I was saying that I wonder how many new players have been slayed because, like, as in, like, stop playing the game because they league started Monk for the first time and started trying to play it in the campaign and just thought it felt really bad. Can't wait for the new league, yup. Same.
Another such device.
I really do think they just need to make Ice Strike a starting skill. I think they need to make it so Ice Strike is the first skill that you get. And everybody would love Monk. Everybody would absolutely love playing Monk. I don't know why they don't do that. I think that would just solve all the problems with Monk early game. Honestly. Screw giving me, oh, what is it called? Fucking Falling Thunder, right? Screw that shit. Give me Ice Strike. Let me use that as the first skill. Druids literally get that? Yep. You gotta pick the patch notes? Patch notes are not out yet. Monk act on essentially a Souls-like experience. I've got something you can strike. All right, sir. Show you want to show that you want to show the class. Frozen Locust Shred doesn't work in the first few levels. I find it better than Glacial Cascade. Yeah, but then you gotta go some weird build on your tree to like get some strength. I mean, I guess if you're getting the Channeling Talisman, it doesn't cost strength. But that requires you to get a Channeling Talisman.
This place harbors an everlasting.
Call me in Discord right now.
This
I'm shot Cannon beat the MSQ on Monk. I mean, Cannon's just a gamer, you know? Cannon's a gamer. What can I say? Question about Chrono. I understood her new passive was if initial hit is 1,000 damage, you only take 7 damage, immediate 3 damage for 4 seconds. You understand it that way too? Yeah. That should be how it works.
5 lit. The end draws near.
A Lidden belt, is that good? Yo, it's huge. It's huge. You don't even know. But too bad I got this rawhide belt that, you know, looks better. Oh, did I not even go and kill Ariadne? I realized I didn't kill Ariadne.
Loathsome creature.
Come back to Lost Ark now? Why would I? That's a dying game, sir. That's a dying game. It's so alive? What do you mean? Sure. Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Lost Ark in 2026?
Forgotten witch.
I think we're below 10k players. I mean, better than, honestly, better than expected. Not gonna lie. I was a Lost Ark creator? Yep. I started my streaming career, quote unquote, doing Lost Ark stuff. I did Lost Ark for a year and a half, I think. I'm pretty sure I made Lost Ark content for a year and a half. Daily Lost Ark uploads on YouTube, streamed Lost Ark. At some point even got sponsored by them to go and play the game. It's great. We're at 6.4k. All right, yeah, definitely a thriving game. Definitely a thriving game. All I'm going to say is this game right here. This game, 24-hour peak 5.2k players. All right? This game has 0 quests. All you do is grind on monsters. It has 0 raids. And somehow, it's like competing with Lost Ark numbers. What game? Spirit Vale. Is Endless Chaos in it? I mean, it's like 3D Maple Story, kind of. Except old school Maple Story, not new Maple Story. Sounds like Ragnarok Online? Yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's inspired by Ragnarok Online. It's heavily inspired by Ragnarok Online. I actually interviewed the developer and have a video of that on my YouTube channel. But yeah, Lost Ark is pretty cooked. Playing Ragnarok as a kid.
Somewhere in the darkness.
Silk Road. Yeah, I remember Silk Road. I never played Silk Road, but I do remember it. I remember. I think it's because I didn't like the aesthetics of Silk Road. That's why I never played it. Oh shit. I keep doing it. Oh, I keep doing this. I actually throw the plants down on this guy. I need to stop doing that because the moment you throw the plants down on this fucking asshole, literally he machine guns your ass. He literally takes a fucking machine gun, shoves it up your ass, and starts shooting the pellets at you. Dude, oh my god. I hate that so much.
Meet the dreamer.
The linen belt carried. I'm not even using the linen belt. What are you talking about?
The final beacon.
Oh my god, dude. These early parts of Monk are just... ugh. Disgusting. Dude, did you just die, sir? Did you just die? Oh, this is bad. This is bad. I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. Ah! Ah! I forgot to change my potions! I forgot to put on the new potions! I forgot to put on the new potions! I done goofed!
The mighty fall.
Hello? Oh, there's more monsters over here. Fuck! Ah! There it is, okay.
That's all 6. The way reveals itself.
I'm so stacked with that linen belt. Dude, there's another linen belt. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's out of control. Okay, I need to put on these potions and not forget about them. And we also have 2 new, what is it called? Not the Gemling, could be good. No, yeah. Gemling looks like it has a lot of potential. Got any new info on Ascendancy buffs? I mean, I don't have any new info beyond what you guys have. Whatever was released today was all I know. I wish I had insider information on that stuff. That would be cool. But I don't. To me, the Raven. Ascendancy is making a comeback? I think so. Like, the thing is, like, if you want to play Hollow Palm, you definitely got to play Astra, I think. I don't think, or not Hollow Palm. If you want to play a Facebreaker, you definitely have to play Ascendancy. I don't see a world where you don't play Ascendancy with Facebreakers. Satire a Hollow Palm a Gemling. Maybe, I don't know. The thing is, like, I just want to see the, like, I feel like the martial artist has so much potential that I don't want to start Gemling. Like, I think Gemling's going to be good, right? For Hollow Palm and Strength Stack. Like, for any, like, unarmed character, with any, like, one of those, for any Facebreaker build, Gemling's going to be really good. Gemling or Ritualist. But I just don't want to run them because I want to see the potential of Hollow, like the I want to see the potential of martial artists, basically.
Thank you.
That curiosity has me more excited than playing those classes. Oh, +2 melee. Let's fucking go. 2 to 3 fizz? Oh, yo, that's huge.
Stay safe if you can.
I played both Lost Ark and Poe 2. You can't beat the World Combat Lost Ark. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. I think on Chronomancer, it only if it only slows things, it would be named Slowmancer instead. Aspirin is Facebreaker to be the ultimate leveling combo? Yeah, maybe, you're right. Maybe. Yeah, I can't wait, man. Facebreaker is gonna be so cool. I just want to, like, the only thing that's a bummer about Facebreaker is that, like, I can't get it immediately on League Start. Like, I'm gonna have to find it or buy it or something. That's, like, the biggest bummer for me about Facebreakers. Takiro Fujiwara died at 43. Rip My Hero Academia and Berserk. Ooh. I mean, isn't MHA done? I thought My Hero Academia was done. Can you use get the grenade build pod that Cyclone used earlier? Yeah, 100%. Here it is. You got a link to the new Ascendancy information? I don't know how to get the link. I mean, it's just on the YouTubes. Yeah, I can get it for you. Here you go. Here you go. What time? Patch notes? Nobody knows. There's no confirmation. Nobody really knows.
Your soul is mine. Rend your soul. These spirits are mine. I cannot. Perish. Your soul is mine. Cut down.
It has a timer for, yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I think it's very likely that that's the case because Po2DB, I'm pretty sure I feel like they have an insider, but I'm not going to say that that's for sure, right? Because that's, unless GGG tells me that what time things are going to come out, I just don't know. I'm not going to, like, give it super just, like, confident. Is there a viable supporting fire build? I think Cal Torak is working on one. I'm pretty sure Cal is working on one. So if you want to learn about supporting fire or do like a supporting fire build, he's the guy to go to. Did they give away time? No. Po2DB? Yeah, they did. It'll be in 12 and a half hours.
Rejoin your family, tortured soul.
If you're talking about Po2DB, they said 12 and a half hours. But again, that is not confirmed by GGG.
Hold up a moment.
Finally, familiar terrain.
So it's however much stock you put into Po2DB's thing.
You found
Last night was fucking hilarious when Prada was talking about the NPCs. He's talking about, he's like, Finn, that fucking asshole, I hate that NPC. Renly, though, that guy's a homie.
I don't know how to. It's in
He's the real one.
Please, take your stay. This so.
This hooded one.
Every time move seed I will take. Isn't Renly the father of the warrior character? He is. He is.
If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Wait, really? What? Is the father of the warrior character? Yeah, he is. He's the warrior's father. My memory is still working. Adoptive father? I don't remember the specifics for that one. I just know he's his father. I don't know if it's blood related or adopted, but definitely father for sure.
I sense a surreal presence.
Guys, be honest. Anybody who was there earlier, how was my casting for the Path of Exile 2 race? Was it passable? Was it serviceable?
Death becomes you.
Good.
Meet the dreamer.
I hope you're not lying to me. Way too professional to be on a miso stream. What the fuck? That's like a backhanded compliment right there. That's a backhanded compliment. Dude's out here dissing me. Nobody cares about post racing. What the hell? That's crazy. I actually think post racing is very popular. People actually really. I think people like. I'm surprised at the amount of people that actually like watching Potu racing. I used to be on like, yeah, nobody really cares about racing. It's kind of like whatever. But like, people turn up in numbers for racing, man. People turn up in numbers for those race events. Like every time Crimson does the race events, he gets a lot of views. Poland launched too. Well, I mean, at least for now, people care about it, right? But GG is planning to put a lot more support for the racing too. But also, when at the Poland launched, there weren't that many people playing the game either. Let's be real. If it was farming, we'd have to wait, watch him. Now that I tried SF, I really appreciate and enjoy watching racing. I never thought in my life I would watch these things.
Oh no.
That's good. That's good. Newfound interest and enjoyment in the game, you know? It's always good to enjoy more things than less. It's never good. You don't want to be bitter and just like hate everything. Life is not fun if that's the case. Life would be super boring. The more interest one person has, the better your life is. You know? Don't be a Dota player guy. Hey, I love Dota, alright? I love Dota. Dota's great. I don't play Dota anymore, but I still do watch it competitively when OG is doing well. When my boys are doing well, I'm happy. When they're not doing well, then I'm probably not watching as much of it. I just opened Dota.
Strange beasts indeed.
I like Dota, man. Dota's a great game. To be fair, even disliking something gets people together. I mean, it gets people together, but also alienates a part of the people that you could also, you know. Dota is good, but teammate is bad. I mean, that's always the case. When do you ever play a MOBA and your teammates are not bad? If you're losing, it's because your teammates suck. 6,000 hours you quit in 2016? What's up, Mr. Denny? How's it going? Gemling start? No, I'm not willing to risk it. I'm not willing to risk it. Because, like, what if the skill that I want to play isn't good with Gemling, you know? And then I'd be very sad. And it'll just be like last league all over again. Where I, like, you know, league start a class, and then I just get all sad because it sucks. I'm risking it all. Good for you, sir. I'm glad you can risk it all. I wish I had a person slash something I could risk it all for. But at this point, I don't. At this point, I don't got anybody like that.
The mighty fall.
Jam after Lisa are the video? Yep, locked in. Locked and loaded, baby. Our post streamers going, what the fuck? Just because I don't got anybody I want to risk it for, doesn't mean I'm an incel. I mean, doesn't, you know, I want to have somebody that I can risk it all for.
It couldn't be.
But you know, that just isn't in the cards right now. The heart of the cards tell me that the cards that I'm drawing are complete shit. I'm getting kunai with chains back to back, you know? I don't even remember kunai if chain was good or not. It's definitely not good these days, that's for sure. He's not gonna go spawn in your room. You gotta go find someone. I don't got time. My life is just I'm a slave to the stream. I'm a slave to content. I'm a slave to making video for you guys. Gotta go karaokeing with Roger more often. Love new Gemling. Now we're able to stand for 5 seconds while charging our supercharged slam. There's a lot of supercharged slam memes tonight. More so than I've seen in a long time. Yo, what's up, Fab? How's it going? Should respec and target farm. Yo, what's up, Roland? How's it going? I need you to save me, please. Do you know when patch notes drop? I wish I knew. I wish I knew. I don't know for certain. Nobody knows for certain at this point. I never understood one thing last league. Why did you Giga nerf curses in every way? Well, so the thing is, they didn't Giga nerf curses. So curses themselves actually got a slight buff overall. But the part that got nerfed is that depending on so it's like depending on rarity, right, of the monsters, the curses are more / less effective. I think last league did they also was that the league where they implemented the level requirements for like curses as well? Like curses and like, you know, exposure.
Face your demise.
The nerf to curses made Rockiata's flow better. I mean, there's no way Rockiata's does not get nerfed at some point. There's no way. Rockiata's flow is just... It just is stupid. Rockiata's flow is just stupid. There's no way they don't nerf it.
exult.
Is it really that OP? Oh, it is. It is stupid. The thing is, the idea of Rockiata's flow is super dumb. Because as the bosses and monsters get harder, the more damage you deal. It scales with how hard the monsters are. That's just so dumb. It should be the opposite. The fights should be getting harder as the bosses get harder. But no, the bosses get easier as the bosses get more life. Or get higher tiered. You like Detonate Dead? Well, you can't use Detonate Dead against bosses. But, I mean, Detonate Dead is also busted. It is very strong. Were we more broken or Rockiata's or Garukon? I think Rockiata is way more broken. Because Rockiata is just used on every single elemental skill. Like, no questions asked. If you can slot Rockiata's into your elemental skill, you would. That's not the case with Garukons, though. Garukons, there are certain builds that don't want Garukons for one. Like, for example, Flicker Strike. You don't want Garukons on Flicker Strike ever. But the other thing is Garukons can't be slotted on every skill. And it also has a downside, too, of you limit your crit to max, what is it called? Max 50%. I mean, it's still really strong and probably broken, but it's definitely not at the level of Rockiata's. Rockiata's on a different level. Like, think about it this way, too, right? I always say this. I always mention this. There's a support gem in Poe 1 called Invert the Rules. And that is Rockiata's, but it only procs 30 to 40% of the time. Since when has there been skills in PoE 1 that are, when has it been where things in PoE 1 are weaker than PoE 2, you know? That rarely ever happens.
Whatever this was. It's not over. This dark.
Rockiata is simply the most broken gem.
How can I help?
Poe 2 is likely to be the successor. Oh, I'm not saying that it's not going to be. I agree. But usually, stuff in PoE 1 is more overpowered than in PoE 2. A lot of the items in PoE 1 are, most of the time, more overpowered than what it is in Poe 2.
Oi, take a look. I'll find some use for that.
What do you think of the new Gemling? I think it's going to be really good. I think there's a massive potential in the Gemling. Massive potential.
One of my finest. If you find a... What would you like?
Is it good to restart Gemling? If so, what build? I don't know if it's good to restart Gemling, honestly. I feel like restart Gemling's a little bit not the... I don't think it's the best. I think other Ascendancies offer you more. But Gemling is like, there's just a lot of potential for some really cool builds and stuff. So if you're looking for like a solid League starter, I would not say it's Gemling.
Loathsome creature.
Perhaps this will assuage the girl's despair.
We need Gemmin for to determine that? Yeah, that's a big part of it too.
Welcome to the...
But the thing is, like, Gemling itself, I feel like doesn't really provide a lot for, like, without much, like, the thing is, the best characters at League Star are characters that give you a lot without any funding, right? And I just don't think that's Gemling. Gemling does require some funding to be decent. You think the Raven Staff's really comboed with a Raven chest? I mean, I think it can be. I don't think it needs to be, and I don't think it's gonna be the strongest if it is. I don't think it's like the strongest combo. Gemling skills in the late game, you get League Star, Perfect Jewelers, 6-link it. But again, that requires funding, right? Even beyond whether or not that actually, is true, it does require funding. Perfect Jewelers at like an early is very expensive. Is there any possibility that boost from Stonefist swaps one-handed mace to quarterstaff? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Can you rank what Ascendancies give you the most for a good starter? So I think, like, for example, Invoker is one of the best ones, right? You get this right here. Critical hits ignore negative enemy monster elemental resistances. So this becomes kind of obsolete later with Rakiatas, but until then, this is very, very good. Just a ton of damage. This right here, Lead Me Through Grace, gives you one of the most desired / expensive stats, Spirit, for completely free. Very, very good, right? And then you get just damage and stuff like that too, right? Meditate, if you want to play hardcore, that's not bad. Another really good Ascendancy for League start, of course, is Oracle. Inevitable crits is just broken. It allows you to play crit and which is one of the best ways to scale your character. And basically does it for free a lot of times. So there's that. I would say Lich, right? Lots of defensive survivability. And then also the fact that you can go low life plus pain attunement is free damage, right? Low life for free, pain attunement, free damage. That is also another really, really good League starting Ascendancy. I think Varasha is pretty good for League start too. You get a lot of built-in damage and stuff like that from the class. A lot of built-in survivability, all that. I haven't played it yet, so I can't really like put my 100% confidence behind it. But just like from what I've heard / concept-wise, it seems like it's going to be really good. And then I'd say Amazon is pretty good too. Like, yeah, accuracy is like a stat you need items for, but like it's such a cheap stat that like it really doesn't really matter too much, and it helps you like build into crit really easily. This is also the leech is also really good, right? Leech is really, really good. So I think that's like another Ascendancy that's pretty good League start. I mean, Deadeye in general is okay. It's just I feel like the last meta wasn't really good for Deadeye because Pathfinder just kind of scaled better, especially with this stuff right here. Pathfinder is like not a bad League start, I'd say, but like it doesn't really offer you anything in terms of damage or like survivability. It just gives you a lot of comfort and quality of life. I don't think it's like the best as a result. But yeah, those are probably the ones that I call out the most. Invoker, Lich, Varashta, Oracle. I mean, Smith, actually. Smith is also really good. Smith is really, really good. You solve all your survivability problems, and you don't need any items here, right? And then if you really wanted to, you could do the thing that Prada does, Fire Spell on hit with Detonate Dead, and that's just free damage. Literally, it's just automatic damage scaling. You don't need to worry about anything. That's just like automatically do a lot of damage with that. So Smith Kataba, also another very good league start character. Titan's on, it's not bad. Titan's not bad, but I wouldn't say it's like I wouldn't put it on like in my mind like the S tier ones. The Chronomancer of Dex characters. I also don't think Chayula is that bad, honestly. But once again, I know a lot of people don't like it, but you just get so much free damage. It's so much free damage. It's insane. That's why I think Chayula is actually not that bad for a league starter. But I don't know if I put it in S tier. I put it in like A tier, if anything. And it's like you can't just tell like a random person to use it either. You need to know how to play it. So it's not like a noob friendly league starter.
What is this madness? I fear I am too late.
2 minutes left, 21st of May in New Zealand. Well, they're not doing a 21st in New Zealand. They said 21st in Pacific time. Witch Hunter? Yeah, Witch Hunter's not bad. But again, I wouldn't call it like S tier. Martial Artist could be decent. I don't know yet, right? Because I haven't seen it yet. But Martial Artist could be decent. The extra rune slots can really help you out with like early survivability, with giving you more res and stuff. And then also the, what is it called? The Way of the Stone Fist could just give you a ton of stats and like damage. Is reduced duration Titan still bugged? No, you can go to 100% reduced duration. How many pages of patch notes do you think we're gonna get? I mean, honestly, I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's that much. Because, like, it's supposedly not a very balance-heavy patch notes, right? Which I say the patch notes, for the most part, the biggest parts are, like, the most beefy parts of the patch notes are usually balance changes. I think, like, a lot of the things that they're going to put and add into the game are not going to be on a patch note. Invoker 0.5? I mean, it's probably going to be a good league start. But as long as, like, until they do something about Rakiata's flow, Invoker is always just going to be a B tier Ascendancy. Like, unless they ever nerf, until they nerf Rakiata's flow, Invoker's just a B tier Ascendancy, unfortunately. It just, literally, the moment you get Rakiata's, an entire part of one of the most powerful pieces of Invoker's kit just becomes trivialized. I wish they gave us the option to spoil ourselves. B tier is a generous. Yo, what's up, Blaze? How's it going, man? How's it going, sir? Blood Mage Kakama is busted, so definitely a big nerf. I mean, they're gonna, I think, like, Blood Mage should get either, like, double or triple tapped. If that makes sense. You get double or triple tapped. Because, what's gonna happen is Leech is getting nerfed for sure, right? And then, that already is a indirect nerf to Blood Mage. And then they're probably get some sort of Ascendancy tuning at the very minimum. So they're at least getting double or triple tapped. They couldn't die because they regen 8k life per second. I mean, it is true. For the most part. Oh, I'm stuck, Step Bro. I'm stuck, Step Bro. I'm stuck, Step Bro. Oh, I'm good. I'm good, Dad. I'm good, Step Bro. Thank you. By the way, guys, so 2 things, right? Podcast stuff, okay? So, podcast, of course, tomorrow's podcast, or the podcast happening in 6 hours, that is going to be with Pox. It's going to be really cool. I've never talked to Pox before, and I'm super excited to talk to him. Mr. Righteous Fire, right? Absolutely, what a stellar gentleman. I cannot wait until that conversation. So that's going to be good. 6 hours, right? Look forward to it. Path to Exile podcast. Another thing is, I am going to be on the Passive Tree podcast by Blazeworks TV on June 4th. So, at least we're going to record on June 4th. I don't know if it's going to go up on June 4th, but it's going to be recorded on that day. So, look forward to that as well. You, not Blaze. I mean, yeah, that guy's kind of cringe, honestly, but he makes up for it with his good looks. So, you know, you can't. I'm a sucker for a good-looking person. Have you changed your mind? The crossover, this is still just fine. I mean, I never thought that it was bad. I think it's really strong. It's probably the strongest defensive node in the game. I put on the pinned comment, but like because it was a first impression, I didn't like a first react, right? I didn't do any editing to it, so it was just literally my initial reaction, and I definitely over indexed on my conversation about like the random deaths part, which I still think is going to happen quite a bit, but I think that the node is really strong. It is really strong. It's definitely one of the best defensive nodes in the game, if not the best. But I do foresee a lot of hardcore deaths coming from it, and I will be sitting there eating popcorn, watching it happen. Posing Walk is a natural extension of Streamer A calls Streamer B to discuss drama? Drama? What type of drama are you talking about? I don't think we ever discussed drama on the patch. Or on the podcast. Maybe like once. But we rarely discuss drama, if anything. If it ever even happened.
First ones. Is there no limit to corruption's influence?
Couldn't handle my 2 favorite streamers in one place.
Death becomes you.
We're hoping to try to get Gazzy on our podcast too at some point, but I don't know. Man's not responding to us. He's not responding to Rabbit. We might have to ambush him on the stream one day and just be like, hey, can you answer our DMs? Or I ping DM to get to him. DM's a lot more accessible. Ooh, 50% movement speed. Kinda big. And Talker to try can get him. You can. A lost battle would have been a year ago. How wild is that? It is pretty wild. I mean, the Passive Tree podcast was a year ago, but we have been on the Path to Exile podcast in person together less than a year ago. As Zero's patient Crest Odura straight 161% reduce cooldown together. Yeah, but I feel like Azerius Impatience is so hard to use on like an actual like skill that uses like that works properly, like works in the intended way. Losing that much life is just is rough. Like, I don't remember if it counts as a hit or not, so maybe you can use it on like a recoup character, but other than that, it's dealing with that downside is rough. Oh, you're talking about 4 temporal specifically. I thought you were just talking about the ability. I mean the thing for just in general. What do you think about a new Chronomancer? I mean, I think that the defensive node is really, really good. But it feels a little bit sad / forlorn that, you know, it's losing its recoup kind of identity. Feeling a little sad / forlorn about that. Is it still bad? I mean, I don't think it's like amazing. I don't think it'll be amazing. And in general, like super defensive, like well for me, right? Because most people play softcore, so super defensive ascendancies typically right now aren't really worth all that much in softcore. So just kind of off of that, it's less exciting. 20% for Echo to have it insanely low. Yep. Looks quite strong for hardcore. Yeah, it's strong until you get into like a situation where you have a lot of mental stack going on, and then you forget that you're about to take 30% damage that you mitigated earlier on your skill, and then you're at low life, and then you die.
What are they doing?
For what it's worth, it isn't.
Just get more recoup? Oh, wait. I mean, I still think that for me, my favorite recoup builds are always on Lich anyways. But that's just me. Make Temporal Rift reset Runic Ward. Is Temple Leeching get nerfed? Oh, 100%. I mean, Temple itself is just getting nerfed in general, so Leeching is going to be much nerfed because of that.
We'll see about that. Not yet.
Easy prey. First Dawn's Frost.
Oriana, open the gates. Release the beast.
I think not. I expected so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
What are you about say? Yep. Yep.
Manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you? Killing Frost. I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Dude, I swear to God, I was not in that AoE. I swear to God.
will take out your heart and savor each bite. Chilling frost. Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness.
The madness.
My being. Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages from the desert.
Alright, guys. But it is, I do have to wake up for the podcast tomorrow. So, I'm gonna send you guys on over to Mr. Dead Rabbit. Again, podcast with Pox in 6 hours, guys. So, I hope you guys look forward to that podcast, and I will see you all in 6 hours. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed the race and the casting for that. And until then, I'll see y'all later. Peace out, folks. Bye.